Hello everyone and welcome to War Sleep Stories. I'm here to guide you into a peaceful, restful state. If you enjoy these stories, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps us create more for you. Before we dive in, I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. Take a moment to settle in, get cozy, and let all your worries drift away. Now, close your eyes, relax, and let's begin this journey together. The smell of smoke lingered in the air, a bitter reminder of the devastation left behind by the Union soldiers. The roar of cannons had finally faded, replaced by the muffled cries of the wounded and the crackling sound of fire consuming what remained of the small southern town. It was late November 1864, and General William Tecumseh Sherman's army had begun its infamous march to the sea. Private James Carter, a young soldier from Ohio, wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands trembling as he held his rifle in the aftermath of the battle. His eyes scanned the horizon, his gaze fixed on the endless line of destruction. In just a matter of weeks, his unit had marched from Chattanooga to Atlanta. And now, with the fall of the city, the true test had begun. They were ordered to carve a path of destruction through the heart of the Confederacy, to break the will of the Southern people and bring the war to its most decisive conclusion. James had enlisted to fight for the Union, but as he stood in the smoldering ruins of Georgia, the reality of his mission began to settle in. He wasn't just fighting soldiers anymore. His enemy was everyone. The civilians, the families who had once called this land home, and the farmers whose livelihoods depended on the land. As much as he believed in the cause, he could not help but feel a pang of doubt. On the other side of the battlefield, Confederate Colonel Robert L. Stewart gathered his remaining forces. His unit had been decimated, but the fight wasn't over yet. He had lost comrades, seen the destruction of his homeland, and heard the cries of the wounded. As a veteran of many battles, Stewart had known loss before, but nothing had prepared him for this. The march of the Union soldiers was more than a military campaign. It was the destruction of their way of life. General Sherman stood tall on a rise, his eyes tracing the blackened horizon, the sight of his army, the blue-coated soldiers, the wagons, the supply trains, moving across the land, leaving nothing in their wake, gave him little satisfaction. He had been ordered to break the Confederate resolve, to destroy their infrastructure, and to looting of towns. In the coming days, he would order the burning of crops, the destruction of railroads, and the looting of towns. All this, he believed, would end the war. Sherman's orders had been clear. Make Georgia howl. The path of destruction, though strategic, would be felt by the civilian population. The strategy was a ruthless one, meant to crush the morale of the South and deny the Confederate Army any means of continuing the fight. Sherman knew the war was coming to its final stages. But the cost of this strategy, the destruction of homes and livelihoods, was heavy. To the soldiers, like Private James Carter, the sense of duty was palpable. But as they marched onward, they would face more than just battle. They would confront their own morality. The lines between right and wrong would blur, and their commitment to the Union cause would be tested in the face of unimaginable hardship. In one small town, the Confederate resistance was growing. Captain Clara Bellamy, a Southern woman who had lost everything in the war, joined a small group of partisans determined to slow Sherman's advance. While the men fought, Clara used her knowledge of the land to outmaneuver the Union soldiers, striking where they least expected. To her, it was not just about survival, it was about defiance. As Sherman's army advanced deeper into Georgia, the weather turned colder. The soldiers, weary from weeks of marching, tightened their belts, pulled their cloaks tighter against the chill, and pushed forward. James Carter could hear the sounds of marching boots, the creaking of wagons, and the clinking of rifle barrels. Each day brought new hardships, muddy roads, inadequate rations, and the constant fear of guerrilla attacks. They had crossed over into unfamiliar territory, moving further into Confederate-held lands with each passing day. The Union soldiers, though disciplined, began to show signs of strain. The burning of crops and homes, the forced marches, and the growing number of skirmishes were beginning to take their toll. The men knew that the further they went, the harder it would be to turn back. The civilians in the towns that Sherman's army passed through did not look upon the Union soldiers with admiration. Many feared what would come next. Homes burned, livestock killed, and families torn apart. Some Confederate sympathizers, like Captain Clara Bellamy, fought in small guerrilla bands to harry the Union supply lines, creating obstacles for Sherman's army as it advanced. In one such town, a Confederate sympathizer named Anna Langley hid in the woods with her children, watching as Union soldiers passed through her family's farm. Her heart ached as she saw the destruction of her home, knowing that the war was not just a military conflict, but a war of attrition that would destroy everything she had known. By the time Sherman's army reached the outskirts of Savannah, the cost of the march was becoming painfully evident. Private James Carter had seen countless men wounded, and some had died from illness and exhaustion. The strain of the march had taken its toll on everyone, from the soldiers to the civilian populations caught in the path of destruction. General Sherman, though resolute, felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. He had been told that his mission was necessary for ending the war, but the emotional toll of commanding such a brutal campaign was not lost on him. He had been forced to make hard choices on both sides of the conflict. Anna Langley, like Many Southerners tried to hold on to what little hope remained. She had heard rumors that Savannah might be spared from the destruction if it surrendered without a fight, but she knew better than to believe in such promises. Sherman's army was coming, and when they arrived, they would bring their scorched earth policy with them. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a pale orange glow over the burning remnants of a Georgia farm. General Sherman stood at the edge of the charred remains of what was once a thriving plantation. His eyes were narrowed, not with pride, but with the cold realization that the strategy he had adopted was beginning to take its toll. The southern landscape was withering under his army's weight. Burned fields, destroyed railways, broken homes. Sherman felt the pressure of his decisions bearing down on him. He was not a man to regret his actions, but each town that fell under his command's march chipped away at his resolve. His goal was simple: break the Confederacy's ability to continue the war, demoralize both the soldiers and civilians, and hasten the Union's victory. Yet, as Sherman continued his journey through Georgia, the question that began to haunt him was not whether his strategy would succeed. He knew it would, but whether the price was too high. Was he sacrificing the future of the South for the hope of winning the war? Sherman turned to Colonel William Hazen, one of his trusted commanders, whose expression was as grim as his own. "Hazen," Sherman said softly, his voice heavy with the burden of command, "do you ever question the cost of this campaign?" Hazen, always the loyal officer, stood firm. "The cost is high, General, but it is the only way to bring this war to an end." Sherman nodded, the harsh truth of his words echoing in the silence that followed. There would be no turning back now. In the dense Georgia woods, Captain Clara Bellamy watched intently from a hidden position behind a cluster of trees. She had joined the Confederate irregulars, a ragtag group of soldiers and civilians determined to resist Sherman's army in any way possible. Though they were vastly outnumbered and outgunned, the small partisan groups struck at the Union Army whenever they could. They ambushed supply trains, sabotaged railroads, and created as much disruption as possible for the Union forces. Clara had lost everything in the war. Her husband had been killed in battle, and her home had been burned by Union soldiers in one of their earlier raids. Her vengeance was as much about survival as it was about retribution. Every raid, every Confederate victory, no matter how small, was a personal victory for her. As she watched Union soldiers marching down the road in front of her, she nodded to her group of men, signaling them to prepare. The ambush would be swift. Clara's heart pounded in her chest, not with fear, but with determination. A group had become adept at guerrilla tactics. using the thick woods to their advantage. With a few well-placed shots, they would strike. They couldn't win the war through conventional means, but they could at least remind Sherman's army that the South would never yield. The strain of the march had begun to show in the soldiers' faces, dark circles under their eyes, wearied expressions, and a constant sense of hunger gnawing at them. The Union Army had pressed on relentlessly through the southern countryside, but with each passing day, the cost in lives became ever more apparent. Sergeant John White, a medic with the 15th Ohio Volunteer Infantry, knelt over the body of a young soldier, his fingers shaking as he tried to staunch the bleeding from a gunshot wound. The soldier, no older than 18, moaned weakly, his face contorted in pain. The soldier, no older than 18. White had seen more than his share of death during the campaign, but this was different. The soldier's face was young, almost too young to be here. The boy's eyes, wide and fearful, searched for his mother, calling her name between gasps of pain. "I'm here, son, you'll make it," White said, trying to sound confident, though he knew better. The boy's lips quivered, but his eyes slowly dulled as the life left him. White sat back, his heart heavy. In the distance, a chorus of cries could be heard from the other injured soldiers. The medic's work was never done. In the early days of the march, Sherman had ordered that the wounded be left behind. It was a brutal, calculated move. Yet, as the journey progressed, the medics like White had insisted that those who could still walk should be tended to. Those supplies were always scarce. The soldiers, now stricken with fever, exhaustion, and wounds, were at the mercy of the small handful of doctors and medics who had followed the army. The human toll of the march was not just measured in the destruction left behind. It was the toll on the soldiers themselves, on the medics who had to fight to keep their comrades alive, and on the civilians who found themselves caught between the warring forces. In the small town of Millen, Georgia, the Union soldiers were met with resistance. The townspeople had heard rumors of the devastation Sherman's army was leaving in its wake, and they had fortified their town as best they could, but the townspeople's meager defenses were no match for the might of the Union. Sherman's men arrived early one morning, their footsteps heavy on the dirt streets, their cannons rumbling behind them. The civilians, both men and women, stared in fear as the soldiers marched into town, aware that this would be no ordinary occupation. The soldiers immediately began setting fire to anything that could be used to aid the Confederate war effort: barns, warehouses, and cotton mills. The strategy was simple but brutal. Destroy anything of value to the Confederacy. In Sherman's mind, this would hasten the end of the war. In Millen, the civilians watched in stunned silence as the flames consumed everything they had left. There was no room for negotiation, no mercy for those who were caught in the path of war. Anna Langley, who had grown up in Millen, stood in the doorway of her house, gripping her children's hands tightly. She could hear the crackling of flames in the distance, and her heart sank. This was the price of war, the destruction of everything she had known, the erasure of a life that had existed before the fighting. Her eyes welled with tears as she watched the Union soldiers move on, leaving nothing but ashes behind. The march, it seemed, would never stop. By the time Sherman reached Atlanta, the city had already been partially destroyed. General Hood's Confederate forces had been driven out. But the city was still a key strategic target. Sherman had given his orders clearly. Atlanta was to be rendered useless to the Confederacy. Sherman's men entered Atlanta in early September 1864. They moved quickly, laying waste to the city's infrastructure, railroads, factories, warehouses, and warehouses filled with supplies were torched. In the process, thousands of civilians were left without shelter or food. The Union Army continued its devastating march, and the destruction was so complete that the city would take decades to rebuild. Private James Carter, who had been with Sherman's army for the entire campaign, stood at the edge of Atlanta, watching the fires burn. He knew the necessity of the campaign, but the destruction of the city weighed heavily on his conscience. The fires seemed to stretch into the horizon, and Carter felt as though the war had no end in sight. As the Union Army continued its march through Georgia, it became increasingly clear that Sherman's forces had no intention of stopping until they reached the sea. The soldiers, though hardened by months of battle, began to feel the strain of their journey. The towns they passed were emptied out, the land left behind barren. Each day brought the fear of guerrilla attacks. Every rustling of leaves, every distant shot sent the men into alert mode. Yet, the biggest fear for many of them wasn't the enemy they could see, but the enemy they couldn't. Disease, malaria, dysentery, and the constant hunger took their toll. By late November, the Union Army had pressed deeper into Georgia. The soldiers, now accustomed to the constant strain, the toll of the march was evident in their faces, gaunt, sunken eyes, sweat-soaked shirts, and a dull weariness that would not fade, even in rest. Yet they were resolute. They had a purpose, and it was clear that no matter how far they traveled, they would not stop until they reached the coast. Private James Carter's unit had marched through the burning remnants of a once thriving plantation. The smell of smoke and the crunch of charred wood beneath their boots were ever present. As he passed a broken fence, a field of scorched cotton plants, and the remnants of a house that had been reduced to rubble. Private James Carter's unit had come to break the Confederate will, but what of their own? His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden crackle of gunfire. Union soldiers sprang to attention, eyes scanning the horizon for the source of the shots. Skirmish with Confederate irregulars, no doubt. The guerrilla bands operating in the shadows had become increasingly bold in their attempts to slow the march. Though their numbers were small, and they lacked the resources to mount a large-scale attack, they made up for it with their knowledge of the land and their ability to strike when least expected. James was sent to help patrol the area, and as he moved through the dense brush, his mind wandered again to the civilians who had been caught in the crossfire of this brutal campaign. Their homes were reduced to ashes, their livelihoods destroyed. How could any of them ever forgive the Union for this? Clara Bellamy and her partisan group, now bolstered by a few more fighters, had recently launched another attack on a Union supply convoy. They had become experts at ambushes, using their intimate knowledge of the terrain to their advantage. The Union soldiers, though mighty in numbers, were at times unwittingly vulnerable to such tactics. As Clara wiped the sweat from her brow, her fingers stained with gunpowder residue, she looked at the men around her, tired, hungry, but determined. They had seen their homes, their families, destroyed by Sherman's forces. What they lacked in numbers and equipment, they made up for in spirit and resolve. "We can't stop now," Clara said, her voice low but firm. "We fight for our homes, for what's left of our lives." Her group nodded in agreement. Despite the overwhelming odds, despite the constant threat of death, Clara's leadership inspired them to carry on. They may have been fighting a war that seemed lost, but they would resist until the last breath. As they moved silently through the trees, Clara couldn't help but think of her own losses, the death of her husband, the burning of her home, the absence of her family. Her fight was no longer just about preserving the South's way of life. It was personal. Each ambush, each strike against the Union forces was an act of vengeance as much as resistance. As Sherman's army continued its relentless march, the civilian population of Georgia was caught in the middle of the conflict, with the Union forces destroying everything in their path, from crops to railroads. Life for the average Southerner became a daily struggle for survival. Anna Langley, having narrowly escaped the devastation of Millen, found herself among a growing number of refugees heading toward Savannah. The roads were crowded with women, children, and the elderly, all fleeing the terror of Sherman's advancing army. Most had lost their homes, their positions, and their livelihoods. Despite the hardship, Anna remained strong for her children. She told them stories of the time before the war, of a life filled with peace and prosperity, though the harsh reality of the present made it difficult to believe. There was little food on the road, and the supply lines had been severed by the Union troops. The journey was long, and many of the refugees did not survive the trek. One night, as the group huddled by a fire, Anna overheard a conversation between two men who had once been farmers. They spoke of their families, their lost homes, and what they would do when the war ended. But for Anna, the future seemed uncertain. The southern way of life was crumbling before her eyes, and no one could predict what would rise from the ashes. General Sherman's army was not only marching through Georgia, they were marching toward an uncertain future. Each day brought the possibility of unexpected battles and guerrilla attacks. But Sherman was determined. He had a clear objective: reached the port city of Savannah and cut off the Confederacy's last major outlet to the outside world. To do so, he had to continue his march, no matter the cost the message. His forces had encountered some of the most difficult terrain yet. Swamps, forests, and rivers posed significant challenges, but the troops pressed forward with a grim determination. For many, this was the final phase of the war, a culmination of years of battle, loss, and struggle. Private James Carter's unit had just passed through a town where, according to reports, a Confederate ambush had recently occurred. The soldiers knew they were close to their goal, but the fear of attack remained constant. Carter's unit had grown accustomed to the constant tension, but there was an underlying anxiety that never truly dissipated. "We'll make it to Savannah," Carter muttered to himself. The words felt hollow. They had come so far, but the future remained uncertain. The partisan resistance continued to wreak havoc on Sherman's supply lines. Colonel Stewart, now commanding what was left of his Confederate force, led a small group of fighters who had sworn to make Sherman pay for his destruction. Though the Confederate army had been soundly defeated in open battle, the resistance fighters refused to give in. They launched surprise raids on Union supply trains, taking what little they could and burning anything that could be used against them. It was a form of desperation, but in their eyes it was the only hope they had left. Stewart's band had recently ambushed a Union supply column, capturing a dozen Union soldiers and freeing several Confederate prisoners. Stewart, though weary and worn from months of running, still had the spirit of a soldier. His men fought for their homes, for the possibility of turning the tide, though deep down they knew the war was nearly lost. As they retreated into the wilderness, Stewart's thoughts turned toward his family. He hadn't seen his wife or children in over a year. He didn't know if they were alive or dead. But one thing was certain. He would not give up the fight, even as the South lay in ruins. Sherman's army had finally reached the outskirts of Savannah, the city they had been marching toward for months. The Confederacy, realizing the city's importance, had fortified its defenses. However, the city's fate seemed sealed. Anna Langley had made it to Savannah, along with many other refugees, only to find that the city was not the sanctuary they had hoped for. The Union forces were closing in, and the civilians within the walls of the city found themselves in the midst of another siege. Many had lost hope, wondering if this would be the final blow to the Confederacy's dreams of independence. The Union forces had reached the outskirts of Savannah, and General Sherman knew that the time for negotiation was over. The Confederates would not surrender without a fight, and Sherman's forces would not halt until they achieved their objective: total control of Georgia and a direct path to the sea. The Confederate defenders of Savannah, under the command of General William Hardee, had prepared the city's defenses as best they could. Fortifications were built, and every available soldier was pressed into service. Hardee knew his forces were outmatched in numbers, but he hoped that the natural obstacles surrounding the city, swamps and rivers, might give them an advantage. But as the days wore on, the Union forces encircled the city, tightening their grip. Private James Carter's unit was part of the advancing force, and he could feel the tension building. His unit had marched day and night, pushing forward through the dense forests and swamps, and now they were on the brink of victory. But there was something unsettling about the calm before the storm, the silence before the battle. The men were weary, their bodies aching from the long journey, and Carter couldn't shake the feeling that this final push would not be as easy as they had hoped. Inside the walls of Savannah, Anna Langley and other civilians had been caught in the crossfire of the war. The city, once a thriving port town, was now a place of desperation. Women and children huddled together in makeshift shelters, and the constant sound of artillery in the distance was a reminder of the ever-present danger. Anna had never imagined that the war would reach her doorstep. She had heard of Sherman's army, its destruction, its unstoppable march, but she never thought that she would become one of its victims. Now, she was just one of thousands of refugees trapped in a city on the brink of collapse. Though she had made it this far, she knew that the city would fall soon enough. The Union forces were closing in, and there was little hope of escape. Anna thought often of her children. She hadn't told them the full extent of the danger. What could she say to them? What could anyone say? As the days wore on, the Confederate defenders, unable to hold back the Union's might, began to retreat. The citizens of Savannah had no choice but to watch as their city, their lives, fell into the hands of the enemy. Sherman's forces had begun their bombardment of Savannah, laying waste to the city's defenses. The air was thick with smoke and the roar of cannon fire. The earth trembled beneath the heavy explosions, and the citizens of Savannah braced themselves for the inevitable. Private James Carter, stationed with the artillery, could feel the power of the cannons reverberating through his bones as the shells streaked through the air, pounding the Confederate fortifications. This was the moment they had been preparing for. Savannah would fall, and the Union would gain its foothold on the coast. But even as the artillery rained down on the city, Carter couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The men were all too familiar with the sounds of battle, but there was something about this siege that felt different. Perhaps it was the realization that they were on the brink of victory, or perhaps it was the knowledge that once Savannah fell, the path to the sea would be wide open. For the soldiers, victory was a bitter triumph. They had fought for months, endured hardships, and watched countless comrades fall. But in the end, it would be the civilians, like Anna, who would bear the true cost of the war. The destruction was not just about military targets. It was about breaking the spirit of the South, and that would leave scars that could not be healed by any victory. General Sherman knew that time was running out. The Union had successfully surrounded Savannah, and the Confederate defenders were growing weaker by the day. It was only a matter of time before the city fell. Sherman's forces had been relentless in their march, destroying everything in their path: railroads, factories, homes, and it had worked. The Confederate supply lines had been severed, and morale was at an all-time low. The rebels were running out of resources, out of men, and out of time. For the soldiers in Sherman's army, this final push was both a culmination of their efforts and a burden. Sergeant John White, one of the medics who had followed the army from the beginning, knew that the end was near. He had seen enough death and suffering to last a lifetime, and though he wanted the war to end, he couldn't help but feel the weight of what had been lost. As Sherman's forces advanced, the Confederate resistance grew desperate. The city was on the verge of collapse, and General Hardee knew that there was no chance of holding Savannah. The Confederates would have to retreat, leaving the city and its inhabitants to the mercy of the Union Army. But there was still one final effort. Hardee and his men launched a counterattack, hoping to break through the Union lines and give the defenders a chance to escape. The attack was short-lived, quickly crushed by Sherman's overwhelming numbers. The city of Savannah, its streets now filled with dust and smoke, finally fell to Sherman's forces on December 21, 1864. The Confederate defenders, unable to hold their ground, surrendered the city to the Union Army. The streets that had once been bustling with commerce were now silent, the air heavy with the smell of burning wood and the remnants of battle. For Anna Langley, the fall of Savannah was the end of a chapter she could never have imagined. She had lived through so much loss, displacement, and the destruction of her home. But now she faced an uncertain future with the Union forces in control. There was no way of knowing what would come next. For General Sherman, the capture of Savannah was a strategic victory. It gave the Union a critical port and marked the completion of his destructive march through Georgia. But as he looked over the city, he couldn't help but wonder about the human cost of his victory. The march had been brutal, but it had worked. The Confederacy was reeling, and Sherman had broken its will to fight. Yet, as the smoke cleared from the battlefields, he understood that the true price of war was not just measured in victories or losses. It was measured in the lives that were forever changed. With Savannah secured, Sherman's army began to move out, leaving behind a city that had been reduced to rubble. The destruction that had been wreaked in Georgia was unprecedented, and the civilian population, those who had survived the march, now faced an uncertain future. Anna Langley, like so many others, was forced to come to terms with the new reality. There would be no return to the life she had known. The war had taken everything from her, her home, her community, her way of life. And now she was left to pick up the pieces. But amid the ruin, there was still hope. The end of the war was in sight. The South had been decimated, and the Confederacy's days were numbered. For many, the pain and suffering would not be forgotten, but there was the possibility of rebuilding, a possibility that had seemed impossible just months before. As the Union Army moved on, General Sherman reflected on the toll of his campaign, the destruction, the hardship, the loss. It had all been necessary for the Union's victory. But in his quiet moments, as the march continued, he couldn't shake the thought that though the war would eventually end, the scars would remain forever. In the aftermath of the fall of Savannah, Private James Carter's unit was given a brief reprieve from the rigors of battle. They were no longer marching through hostile territory, but the weight of what they had endured remained. Carter sat by a campfire, staring into the flames, trying to push out the images of destruction that had haunted him since the beginning of the march. The faces of the families displaced, the homes reduced to ash. He could no longer forget them, no matter how hard he tried. He thought of his own family back in Ohio. Would they understand? Would they ever know what he had seen and done in the name of victory? His comrades, too, shared similar thoughts. They had fought with a sense of duty, of purpose, but now, with Savannah in their grasp, the brutal realities of the war had come crashing down on them. Lieutenant William Foster, who had served under General Sherman for years, walked over to Carter. The lieutenant's eyes were tired too, though he wore a determined mask. Private, Foster said, his voice low. This war has a way of taking from you, of wearing you down. Carter nodded, but didn't speak. Foster continued. When the fighting ends, when we return home, I wonder if we'll still be whole. I wonder what will be left of us. It was a question that Carter hadn't allowed himself to think about, but now, as he sat beside the fire, he realized the truth of it. The war had changed them all, some more than others. Some of them would never return home, and others, like him, would carry the weight of what they had done for the rest of their lives. For the Confederate forces, the surrender of Savannah had marked a significant blow. General Hardee, retreating with the remnants of his troops, had watched the Union forces settle into their new position. The Confederacy was losing ground quickly, and now there was a palpable sense of fear in the air. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Graves, who had served throughout much of the war, walked among the few soldiers still fit for duty. The strain on their faces was unmistakable. Many were suffering from hunger, exhaustion, and wounds that had gone untreated for days. Graves had seen the devastation firsthand. The once proud Confederate army was breaking apart. They had lost more than just the city of Savannah. They had lost their will to continue the fight. "We must move north," Graves spoke quietly to his comrades. "The Union will not stop, and we cannot afford to sit idly by. The war is not over yet." But even as he spoke, his voice was heavy with the knowledge that the Confederate cause was faltering. The men around him were no longer motivated by the fervor of early days. They were tired, starving, and demoralized. Still, there was a sense of duty that bound them together. They would continue to fight even though the end seemed near. In the refugee camp just outside Savannah, Anna Langley's days were filled with uncertainty. She had escaped the city just before it fell to the Union, but now, as a displaced person, she faced an uncertain future. The camp was overcrowded with civilians who had fled the destruction of their homes, and many were suffering from the same affliction: disease, malnutrition, and the bitter grief of losing everything. Anna had never thought she would live to see such a day. The world she had known, the world of her father's farm, her mother's laughter, and the quiet simplicity of family life, was gone. She was forced to adjust, to survive, but the weight of loss felt unbearable. Her two children, Clara and Jack, were playing in the dirt, their faces hollow from hunger, but their spirits intact. Anna knew she had to keep going for them. She didn't know what would come next, whether she would find a way to rebuild, whether she could ever go home. But she had them, and that was all that mattered. As she sat by the fire, watching the stars above, she wondered if she could ever forgive the Union for what had been done to her. The South had suffered greatly, and yet Anna could not escape the feeling that the true cost of war lay not just in the destruction of property, but in the breaking of the human spirit. As General Sherman's forces began to move farther north after the fall of Savannah, their path became even more treacherous. They were far from home, deep in enemy territory, and every day brought new challenges. Roads were impassable, weather turned bitterly cold, and the army's supply lines were stretched thin. But Sherman's goal remained clear: destroy anything that could help the Confederacy continue the war and break the will of the South to fight. Lieutenant William Foster had been among the officers tasked with overseeing the supply lines. The logistics of maintaining such a massive army on the move were formidable, and each day brought new obstacles. But it wasn't the practical difficulties that troubled him. It was the psychological toll the march was taking on his soldiers. Foster had seen how the men had changed over the months. The hunger, the fatigue, the constant threat of ambush. They had worn down the men's morale. As Sherman's forces continued their scorched earth policy, the soldiers had become less certain of the righteousness of their cause. One evening, as the men made camp, Foster overheard a conversation between two soldiers, both of whom had been in the army for years. "You ever think we've gone too far?" one of them asked. "So," another like-minded one. The other soldier, his voice thick with exhaustion, answered, "It's too late to stop now." Foster couldn't help but wonder, as he listened from a distance, how much longer they could continue this relentless march without breaking themselves, without breaking the very spirit that had once fueled their cause. The partisan resistance in Georgia had not yet been extinguished, though many of the Confederate soldiers had been forced to retreat. Groups of local fighters remained behind, continuing their guerrilla tactics against Sherman's advancing forces. Clara Bellamy, now a seasoned leader of her partisan band, had seen her group grow in both size and effectiveness. Her men were hungry, exhausted, and few in number, but they were determined to resist. They knew they couldn't stop Sherman's army, but they could harass and delay them, weakening their forces bit by bit. "We must not let them think they can take Georgia without consequence," Clara said one night, rallying her men. "We will fight on until there's nothing left to fight for. If they want to break our will, we'll make them pay for every inch." Her men, though weary, agreed. They had seen the destruction in their wake, and they could not simply sit idly by. The war had taken everything from them, and now they would make sure that Sherman's forces knew the cost of pushing through their land. As Sherman's army continued its march through Georgia, and with the devastation spreading across the South, Carter began to reflect more deeply on what the war meant for him. He had joined with a sense of duty and a desire to protect the Union, but now After months of destruction, he wasn't so sure what they were fighting for anymore. He remembered the day he had enlisted, eager to fight for the cause he believed in. But now, as he looked back at the trail of destruction that they had left in their wake, he wondered whether it had been worth it. Would the Union truly be better for it? Would his own home, his family, ever be the same? The war had taken everything. Families were torn apart, cities were laid to waste, and even if the Union won, would it be worth the cost? Would anything truly be the same once it was all over? Carter's musings were interrupted by a sudden order from his commander. The march continued, unyielding and relentless. As Sherman's army continued to advance through Georgia, the ever-present smell of smoke lingered in the air. The march had left a trail of destruction, burning fields, railroads, and homes, and the soldiers' senses were constantly assaulted by the acrid odor. Private James Carter, despite the years of conflict, still struggled to get used to it. The smoke stung his eyes, making him squint as he walked through the ruined countryside. Some of the soldiers, those who had been with Sherman from the beginning, had come to accept the brutal necessity of it all. But Carter, like many others, found it hard to reconcile the war's harsh realities with the ideals that had brought them here. The destruction wasn't just about military strategy. It was a systematic attempt to break the Confederate spirit, to show the South that no corner of their land was safe. But the toll on the Union soldiers themselves was also profound. The endless march had drained them, physically, emotionally, and mentally. Many soldiers, like Carter, had already lost friends, and others were beginning to show signs of the psychological toll that war exacts. The weight of those losses seemed heavier with every passing mile, and every day brought more uncertainty about how long they could continue. The march through the Georgia countryside had been relentless, but the soldiers' resolve remained unbroken. However, Lieutenant William Foster began to sense a shift in the atmosphere. As the Union forces moved deeper into Confederate territory, they were no longer met with direct confrontations. Instead, the terrain seemed to offer no respite, and the soldiers were growing more paranoid about potential ambushes from Confederate partisans. One afternoon, as Foster led his men through a dense forest near Millen, a sudden and unexpected encounter brought the gravity of the situation to the forefront. A small group of Confederate partisans emerged from the trees, armed with rifles and pistols. It wasn't a large force, just a handful of men, but it was enough to send a ripple of tension through the Union soldiers. A brief firefight ensued, with the Union forces eventually overpowering the small partisan group. After the skirmish, the men of the Union were left in a daze, staring at the bodies of their fallen enemies, their comrades, and the blood-soaked earth beneath them. Lieutenant Foster, shaken by the sudden violence, before they moved on. "That's war for you," Foster muttered quietly to himself, an endless cycle of bloodshed that never seems to end. It was moments like these that made Foster question his purpose in this march. The resistance wasn't just military, it was personal. For the first time, he felt that they weren't just fighting soldiers, they were fighting a people. It was a realization that, although necessary for victory, made the cost of the campaign even more haunting. General Sherman had long been regarded as a leader with an iron will. His march through Georgia was evidence of that. But as the days wore on, he found himself increasingly weary, not from the physical demands of leading the army, but from the burden of his decisions. Every city, every family that was destroyed, every life lost weighed on him. Sherman had always been pragmatic, understanding that war required sacrifice, but the scale of destruction that his strategy had caused began to erode the confidence he had once had in his own certainty. With the Union's war effort gaining ground, Sherman's position as a leader seemed more secure than ever. Yet, in the solitude of his command tent, he couldn't escape the questions that gnawed at him. Had they gone too far? Was this truly the right path? While the Union Army had gained important victories, Sherman could see that his men were beginning to show signs of strain. The soldiers had marched for months without rest, burned villages, looted homes, and caused immeasurable suffering. Some had become numbed to the violence, while others struggled to reconcile their personal beliefs with the orders they were carrying out. And in his heart, Sherman knew that this war would not simply end when they defeated the Confederacy. It would leave scars that would last long after the battles were over. Meanwhile, in the refugee camps scattered across Georgia, the cost of Sherman's march was being felt most acutely by civilians. Anna Langley, who had been living in the camp outside Savannah, now found herself questioning everything she had believed in. The Union's march had not just destroyed the city, it had uprooted entire families, taking their homes and shattered their livelihoods. Anna had once believed that the war was about freedom, about liberty for all. But now, as she wandered through the camp, looking at the faces of the men, women, and children who had been displaced by the march, she began to wonder whether the price of that freedom was too high. The civilians in the camp had nothing left, no homes, no farms, no businesses. They had been reduced to the status of beggars, living in tents and rationing their food. Though Anna had heard the promises of reconstruction, she could not help but feel the bitterness of having lost everything. How much longer will we have to live like this? She asked herself, clutching her children close as they sat together in their tent. She did not know the answer. She only knew that the war, for all its ideals and ambitions, had left a trail of destruction in its wake, one that would take decades to heal. With Savannah behind them, Sherman's forces continued their march towards Columbia, South Carolina. the capital of the Confederate state. The journey was difficult, but the army pressed on, more determined than ever to break the Confederacy's will. As they moved closer to Columbia, however, the land became less hospitable. The soldiers faced harsh winter conditions, and the constant strain of marching through hostile territory began to take a toll on their numbers. The army was far from home. Its supply lines stretched thin, and the terrain became a series of obstacles they had to overcome. Yet the Confederacy, too, was facing difficulties. The Southern economy was in ruins, and resources were dwindling. The Confederate forces, exhausted and demoralized, had to fall back further, weakening their defense of Columbia. The city was fast becoming an inevitable target for Sherman's advancing army. By mid-February, Sherman's forces reached the outskirts of Columbia. The Confederates, under General Wade Hampton, had set up defenses around the city, but they were stretched too thin to mount an effective resistance. The Union Army began its bombardment of the city, and the Confederate forces, realizing they could not win, began to retreat.
In the streets of Columbia, Anna Langley's family was still struggling to survive. The Union's arrival brought more destruction. As the artillery shells fell on the city, Anna and her children took shelter in a basement, hoping for safety. But the city was soon consumed by flames, and the air was thick with smoke and debris.
For Anna, the fall of Columbia symbolized the end of any remaining hope for peace. The war was everywhere. It was in the air, in the ground, in the rubble of the once proud cities. Sherman's march had swept across the South like a storm, and it had not left anything untouched. Sherman's march to the sea had taken its toll on both sides. The Union soldiers, though victorious, were exhausted. The Confederate forces had been decimated, and the civilian population from Georgia to South Carolina had borne the greatest burden of all.
As Sherman's forces finally reached the coast, there was a sense of relief, but also a somber realization that the journey was far from over. The war had not been won in a single march, nor in the taking of Savannah or Columbia. It would take years before the true cost of the conflict was fully understood, and the scars left on the land, on the people, and on the soldiers would never fade completely.
Private James Carter and Lieutenant Foster knew that they had done their duty, but the victory felt hollow. They had marched through hell to achieve it, and the ghosts of the war would linger long after the battles were fought. Anna Langley, too, would carry the weight of the war for the rest of her life. The city she had once called home was gone, and with it a part of her soul. But amidst the ruins, there remained the possibility of rebuilding, of starting anew. It would not be easy, but there would be hope, because, despite everything, there was still the promise of life beyond war.
The Union Army's march had brought them through swamps, forests, and fields that had once been fertile and full of promise. Now, as they advanced through South Carolina, the landscape was unrecognizable. Sherman's strategy, though effective, had left a brutal mark on the land. What had once been a lush, agricultural heartland was now scorched earth, decimated by fire, battle, and the relentless march of Union troops.
For Private James Carter, the devastation was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore as his company passed through the small towns and villages. He could see the wide-eyed stares of civilians who had lost everything. Homes were burned to the ground, crops were destroyed, and entire communities had been scattered. There were no celebrations of victory here, only a lingering sadness that seemed to escape grace from the wide-eyed stares of civilians who had lost everything. So many were destroyed and killed. People literally walked across the roads in paradise, tossed people on the ground and fallen trees.
"I don't know if I can keep doing this," Carter admitted to his fellow soldier, Corporal Nathaniel Briggs, as they trudged through the smoky remains of what had once been a prosperous town. "Look at it. All of it. What are we really fighting for?"
Briggs, who had been silent for most of the march, let out a deep sigh. "I don't know, Carter, but I can't turn back now. None of us can." But even Briggs could not hide the confusion in his voice. As the war drew closer to its inevitable conclusion, the men of Sherman's army began to wonder if they would ever truly understand the cost of their victory. The further they marched, the more they began to question the morality of their mission. As the Union Army advanced deeper into South Carolina, the Confederate forces, under General Joseph E. Johnston, were forced to fall back. The Confederacy's defenses were crumbling, and its resources had been exhausted by years of prolonged warfare. The retreat from Columbia, and later from Charleston, was a sign that the South could not sustain the war much longer. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Graves, who had been stationed with the retreating Confederate forces, felt the weight of defeat more than most. The loss of South Carolina, once considered the heart of the Confederacy, was a crushing blow, not just militarily, but psychologically. Every retreat felt like another nail in the coffin of their cause. "We've been running for months," Graves remarked one evening as he stood with his fellow officers looking over the Confederate lines. "And now we're out of ground to give. I don't know how much longer we can hold on." But the men were still resolute, holding to the belief that somehow they could turn the tide. It was a futile hope, but it was all they had left. As they moved through the difficult terrain, with no place to fall back to, they knew that their options were dwindling. In the weeks that followed, the Confederate resistance in South Carolina continued to crumble, leaving Sherman's forces free to march toward their next objective, Raleigh, North Carolina. But for Lieutenant Colonel Graves, it was becoming clear that the war was no longer winnable. His heart heavy with the reality of defeat, he tried to keep his men focused, but the loss of South Carolina had dealt a blow that could not be easily overcome. Despite the overwhelming force of the Union Army, the Confederate partisans continued their resistance. Although their numbers were dwindling, these guerrilla fighters were still determined to harass the Union forces and make their march as difficult as possible. Clara Bellamy, now an experienced leader of the partisans, had seen the destruction of her land, her home, and her people. The relentless Union campaign had not only devastated the infrastructure of the South, but it had also fractured families, destroyed communities, and left a lingering bitterness that would not fade easily. "Our fight is not over," Clara said to her small group of fighters one evening, as they huddled around a fire deep in the swamps of South Carolina. "Sherman's army may be powerful, but they cannot claim our spirit. We will keep fighting for as long as it takes." Her group was small, but it had become more effective with time. They knew the land better than the Union soldiers, and they used this knowledge to their advantage. Every night they launched small surprise attacks, ambushing Union supply trains, sabotaging railroads, and striking where they knew the enemy would least expect it. Though their efforts were small in comparison to the vast scale of the war, they were a reminder to the Union soldiers that the South had not been completely subdued. But as the war progressed, Clara couldn't help but wonder how much longer they could continue. The Confederacy's resources were all but gone, and the Union was pushing closer to victory with every passing day. The guerrilla resistance, though fiercely committed, was no longer a force that could win the war. It was a symbol of defiance in the face of inevitable defeat. By early April, General Sherman's forces had made their way into North Carolina. The campaign had lasted months, and the toll on both the Union and Confederate armies was undeniable. The Union soldiers were exhausted, but their determination to finish the war kept them moving forward. However, the question that lingered was no longer about victory. It was about the price they had paid to achieve it.
Sherman had achieved his objective. The Confederacy had been torn apart, its economy crippled, its cities in ruins. But in the aftermath, there was little to celebrate. The devastation was vast, and even as the Union marched forward, there was a deep sense of foreboding. The war was far from over, and the losses on both sides would be felt for generations.
Private James Carter found himself grappling with the toll of the war. Though he had been trained to view the mission as a necessary one, the damage to the South, the ruined farms, the homeless families, the broken men, had begun to erode his belief in the righteousness of their cause. What had they accomplished, really? As he and his comrades made their way toward Raleigh, he couldn't help but feel that victory had come at too great a cost. The men who had fought beside him had been forever changed by the horrors they had witnessed, and the civilians who had suffered through the march would bear their scars for the rest of their lives. The war was winding down, and the Union Army's march through the South was nearing its end. Though Sherman's forces had devastated the Confederate infrastructure, they had also paved the way for the eventual end of the Civil War. As the Union troops marched into Raleigh, they could hear the faint echoes of the Confederacy's final resistance. But for Lieutenant William Foster, the sound of distant fighting no longer stirred him. The march had taken its toll on him, on his men, and on the land itself. The end of the war was in sight, but it did little to ease the heaviness in his chest. "We've come so far," Foster said to his men, "but what have we really won?" The question lingered in the air unanswered as the Union forces continued their march north. Foster couldn't shake the feeling that the war had left nothing but destruction in its wake. There would be no true victory for those who had fought, no true peace for the land that had been ravaged.
Sherman's march had achieved its goal, but at what cost?
By the time Sherman's forces reached Raleigh, the Confederacy was teetering on the edge of collapse. The southern heartland, which had once been the backbone of the Confederate war effort, had been thoroughly ravaged by Sherman's march. Union forces had burned crops, destroyed railroad tracks, and decimated civilian infrastructure. Now, as they entered North Carolina, they were greeted not by the organized resistance they had faced in earlier battles, but by the sound of a war that had lost its will to continue. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Graves, still leading Confederate forces in retreat, could feel the weight of inevitability in his every step. The South had fought valiantly, but the writing was on the wall. They had no reinforcements, no supplies, and no strategic advantage left. "We can't keep running forever," he told his comrades one evening as they made camp on the outskirts of Raleigh. "Our fight is over, but we're not the only ones who will pay for this defeat. Our families will bear the consequences too." Graves had been a soldier for most of his life, and the toll of years of warfare had taken its toll on him, both physically and mentally. He no longer saw the Confederacy as a cause worth fighting for. Instead, he saw it as a dying ember, flickering out against the weight of a superior Union force. In the Union camps, however, morale was far from high. The soldiers had long ago passed the point of exhaustion. Their clothes were ragged, their shoes worn, and their spirits tested. Yet General Sherman was resolute, and the war, as far as he was concerned, would not be over until the Confederacy had been completely subdued. Though the Union had already gained major victories, the final battle loomed on the horizon. Sherman knew that even as the Confederacy was falling apart, the potential for one last desperate stand existed. His men had pushed through the heart of the South, but the closing chapters of the war would test their resolve once again. Private James Carter had seen so many of his friends fall, whether to battle, illness, or sheer exhaustion, that he no longer had the energy to feel much. They had suffered through too much, endured too many hardships, and had too little left to fight for. "We're almost done, but it doesn't feel like a victory," Carter confided to Nathaniel Briggs one night as they sat by a campfire. "When this is all over, will we just go home? Or will there still be pieces of ourselves left behind?" Briggs, for his part, wasn't sure how to answer. He had seen the same things as Carter, but he still clung to the belief that there was a purpose in this, something greater than just the battle and the pain. While Sherman's army was advancing into North Carolina, the war's tide was turning in Virginia as well. The Confederate capital, Richmond, had fallen to Union forces in early April, and General Robert E. Lee's army was on the brink of collapse. The siege had lasted for months, but the final collapse of the Confederate stronghold marked the end of the Confederacy's military resistance. As news of Richmond's fall reached the Union camps in North Carolina, Sherman understood that the war was now in its final days. His forces had fought tooth and nail to get this far, but the Confederate heart had been broken in Virginia. Now it was a matter of bringing the curtain down on a war that had raged for 4 years. Yet for Private Carter and his comrades, the loss of Richmond did not signal victory. It signaled the end of a long, painful chapter. The realization that they had fought a war of such destruction and loss left them feeling hollow, even as the enemy's lines began to fracture. Exercising self-bittering and lost left them feeling hollow and victory. Yet Sector 13 was founded to help them feel something better and create something better.
By April 1865, the Confederate resistance had all but disappeared. General Lee, realizing the futility of continuing the fight, had surrendered to General Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9th. The surrender marked the official end of the Confederate Army, and for many soldiers, like Lieutenant Foster, it was a bittersweet moment.
For Lieutenant Foster, the surrender of Lee's army signified the culmination of years of fighting, but it also highlighted the staggering costs of the war. The Confederacy was no longer an organized force. It was a fractured entity, struggling to survive in the wake of its defeat. Foster had fought alongside his men through the campaign, and now he had to accept that the conflict that had defined their lives was over.
"The war's over, but it doesn't feel like it's really finished," Foster remarked, sitting with Carter as they shared a quiet moment. "We've lost so much, and it seems like there's no real peace to look forward to."
Carter nodded, his thoughts weighing heavily on the idea of returning to a home that would never be the same. What would they go back to? The war had changed everything, and it was unclear whether they would be able to reconcile the soldier they had become with the civilian they once were. Though Lee had surrendered, there were still pockets of Confederate resistance left. General Joseph E. Johnston, who had led Confederate forces in the Carolinas, remained defiant, rallying his troops for one final fight. But by mid-April, with Union forces closing in on him, Johnston realized the futility of resistance. On April 26th, 1865. Johnston, recognizing the inevitability of defeat, surrendered to Sherman at Bennett Place near Durham, North Carolina. The surrender of Johnston marked the final end of the Confederate military resistance in the South. It was a moment of victory for the Sherman and his army, but the sense of triumph was tempered by the years of war, destruction, and suffering that had brought them to this point.
For soldiers like Carter and Briggs, the surrender was not just an end to the conflict, it was a symbolic conclusion to a war that had taken so much. The sacrifices had been immense, and though the Confederacy had been defeated, the scars of the war would remain forever.
In the aftermath of Johnston's surrender, the Union Army began the process of transitioning from an army of occupation to one of reconstruction. The soldiers who had fought so tirelessly through the southern states now had to face the question of what their victory meant for the future of the nation. For many soldiers, returning home was the only thought on their minds, but the war had changed them all. They had seen things they could never forget, and the psychological toll would be carried for the rest of their lives. "We did what we had to do," Foster said one evening as he prepared to leave the army. "But that doesn't mean it was right. That doesn't mean I'll ever be the same again." The war had brought no simple answers. It had torn families apart, destroyed cities, and left a land in ruin. But it had also brought an end to slavery, a critical victory for the ideals of the Union. Yet even as soldiers like Carter and Briggs celebrated the cessation of hostilities, they could not ignore the devastation they had witnessed. Reconstruction would be the next phase, but the healing process for both the land and the people would take far longer. For Private James Carter, the return home was bittersweet. He had seen too much, lost too much, and the idea of going back felt alien to him. The home he once knew had been swept away by the tide of war, and even if he found his way back to his family, he knew it would never be the same. "I wonder if there's any going back," Carter said to Briggs as they parted ways, each heading in different directions. "We're not the same men we were when we left." Briggs agreed, his face reflecting the weariness of a long and bloody campaign. "No, we're not. But maybe that's part of it. We've been through hell, Carter, and we're still standing. Maybe that's enough." The war had ended, but its effects would last far beyond the signing of surrender documents. For soldiers like Carter and Briggs, the march to the sea had been more than just a campaign. It had been a journey of transformation. But now they had to find their place in a world that was still rebuilding. The end of the war did not bring immediate relief for everyone. The physical wounds of war were visible. Soldiers returned home with missing limbs, battered bodies, and the scars of battle. But the psychological wounds were just as deep, if not deeper. Men like Lieutenant Foster struggled with what they had witnessed, the horrors that would stay with them forever. The trauma of war was something no one had been prepared for. In the months that followed, the survivors of Sherman's march and the greater conflict faced the long and difficult task of reintegrating into society. There was little recognition of the true depth of their suffering, and many soldiers struggled to adapt to life after the war. The emotional toll would remain with them, lingering like the smoke of the fires that had consumed the South.
In the months following the surrender, the Union soldiers who had marched through the South were left with the lingering effects of war. The victory, although celebrated on paper, brought little comfort to men like Private James Carter. For them, the true cost of the war was not in the battles fought, but in the silence that followed. The quiet that felt like a heavy weight upon their shoulders.
"I thought the end of the war would bring peace," Carter said to Nathaniel Briggs one evening as they sat outside a tavern in Washington, D.C., "but it feels more like an end to something I can't even explain." Briggs, who had seen as much as Carter on the march, nodded slowly. "We're not just soldiers anymore, Carter. We're survivors. But I don't know if we'll ever really leave it behind." The men had returned to a country that was supposed to be whole again, but they found themselves in a world where the scars of war were still fresh, and the divisions still ran deep. They were welcomed back by their families, yes, but they were also haunted by the images of fire, destruction, and loss that they had left in their wake. Many soldiers found themselves haunted by nightmares, their minds unable to escape the horrors they had lived through.
"I don't know if I'll ever be the same," Briggs admitted, his eyes distant. "The march, the battles, everything. It's like something broke inside me."
Carter didn't have an answer. How could he? The war had taken so much from them, but it had also given them a new sense of identity, one forged in the fire of conflict. They were no longer the same men who had left home, and there was no going back. While many soldiers returned home to rebuild their lives, the broader conflict between the North and South was far from over. The divisions that had fueled the war did not vanish with the signing of surrender documents. Reconstruction began, but it was a fraught and difficult process, one that would not heal the wounds of the nation quickly. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Graves, who had seen the fall of the Confederate Army, returned to his homeland, but there was no sense of triumph in his heart. Instead, he found himself trying to make sense of the destruction left behind. The land was scarred, the people were broken, and the ideals that had once driven him to fight now seemed almost hopeless.
"Reconstruction, they say," Graves muttered as he surveyed the remnants of his once proud estate. "But what is there to rebuild? The war has taken everything."
He was not the only one who felt this way. In the South, many Confederate veterans struggled with their place in a new, post-war society. The old ways were gone, and in their place was a government that many considered foreign. The Union's victory had meant the abolition of slavery, but for many Southerners, The end of the war felt like the death of their entire way of life. Graves was caught between two worlds, the world of the Confederacy, which no longer existed, and the world of the Union, which had emerged victorious, but offered no simple answers to the problems of reconstruction. While the South grappled with the loss of its way of life, the North began its process of recovery. But for the Union soldiers who had fought in Sherman's march, victory did not bring the relief they had expected. They had marched through fire, faced hardships they could never have imagined, and now they had to figure out how to live with themselves. For many, the answer was not in the triumph, but in the need to rebuild. The wounds of war went beyond the physical. The loss of comrades, the destruction of homes, and the trauma of battle had all left indelible marks. The Union's promise of a better future, a reunited country, seemed distant and impossible to grasp. "We did what we had to do," Lieutenant William Foster said as he sat with his fellow soldiers at a veterans' gathering. "But I don't know what kind of peace we've won. I don't know if it's worth what we've lost." His words hung in the air unanswered. The Union victory had brought an end to the Confederacy, but it had not brought the promised healing. Men like Foster found themselves haunted by memories of a war they had fought to end, only to be left with an uncertain future.
The wounds of war went far beyond the soldiers who had fought in it. Families who had sent their sons to war now had to face the long-term effects of their sacrifices. Many lost not just their loved ones, but their sense of security, their homes, and their way of life.
Clara Bellamy, the partisan fighter, found herself in a different kind of struggle after the war's end. She had fought to protect her home and family, but now, with the Confederacy defeated, she was forced to live in a world that was no longer her ancestors, and the old divisions that had defined her life were now gone. For Clara, the war's end did not bring peace, it brought a loss of identity. She could no longer cling to the ideals that had driven her to fight, and she found herself in a new kind of war, a war for personal survival in a world that was changing rapidly around her. "There's no place for me in this new world," Clara wrote in a letter to a former comrade. "Everything has changed, and I feel lost. What was all of it for? What have we really won?" Her questions, like those of many others, went unanswered. The legacy of war was complicated, and even though slavery had been abolished and the Confederacy defeated, the human cost of the war was undeniable. It would take generations for the country to heal.
As the years passed, the men who had fought in Sherman's march found themselves struggling not just with their physical injuries, but with their internal battles. The psychological toll of the war was something that was not fully understood at the time. Soldiers returned home, but they never truly left the war behind. For Nathaniel Briggs, the battle was one he could never escape. He tried to return to a life of farming, but the memories of the march, of the fires, and the devastation haunted him.
"I still hear the screams," Briggs confessed to Carter one evening as they sat in silence under the stars. "I still smell the smoke every day. It's like I'm right back there in the middle of it all." Carter understood. He too was plagued by the memories of what he had seen and done. But there were no answers, no solutions. The war had changed them all, and there was no going back. The scars of war ran deep, far deeper than the physical wounds that were visible, and for the men who had fought through Sherman's march, the battle for peace was one that would last a lifetime. In the years following the war, the process of rebuilding, both for the country and its people, was slow and painful. Reconstruction in the South was filled with political and social upheaval. The nation was divided in ways that were not easily repaired. For Private James Carter, the question of rebuilding was not just a political one, it was personal. What kind of future could he look forward to? What had the war really accomplished? The destruction that Sherman's march had left behind was still visible in the landscape and in the lives of those who had lived through it.
As the years went on, Carter returned to his family's farm, hoping to find some semblance of normality. But the past was never far behind him. The war had shaped him in ways that he couldn't undo, and he knew that the scars of conflict would be carried for generations.
The years passed, but the legacy of Sherman's march remained. It was a story that would be told again and again, by veterans, by civilians, by families torn apart by the war. Sherman's march to the sea had not just broken the South, it had left an indelible mark on the collective consciousness of a nation.
For many, the march represented the triumph of the Union, but for others it symbolized the devastation of a people and a way of life. The scars left by Sherman's army were not just physical. They were emotional, psychological, and cultural. They would linger long after the war was over.
As the nation began to heal, the men and women who had lived through the war, soldiers like Carter, Briggs, and Graves, and civilians like Clara Bellamy, found themselves living in a world that was forever changed. The march had ended, but the echoes of that fire would continue to shape the course of history for years to come.
The South, still bruised and battered, faced the seemingly insurmountable task of rebuilding. In Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, once proud cities and fields lay in ruins. For those who had fought to defend the Confederacy, the war had not only stripped them of their homes, but of their sense of identity. The defeat was felt deeply, and many struggled to reconcile their past beliefs with the present reality.
Colonel Thomas Graves returned to his hometown, a place where his ancestors had lived for generations. The mansion that had once stood proudly on the hill was nothing but a charred shell. Yet, in the ruins, there was still something that stirred within him, a glimmer of determination. "It's not the land that makes the man," Graves told his son one evening. surveying the damage. It's the spirit, and that can't be taken from us. The freedom to live, the freedom to march forth and to see without shame. Graves, like many other veterans, was now faced with a difficult task, rebuilding his life amidst a broken world. The hardships were unimaginable, yet there was a collective resilience among the South's war-weary survivors. For them, the road to recovery was not just about physical reconstruction. It was about finding a new sense of purpose. While the South struggled with its own deep wounds, the North also found itself at a crossroads. The war had brought victory, but it had also ushered in an era of uncertainty. The promise of unity after the war rang hollow for many who had marched through the bloodshed. They returned to a country that, while intact politically, had been forever changed. Nathaniel Briggs, now home in Massachusetts, struggled to reconnect with his family. The images of destruction from Sherman's march lingered in his mind, overshadowing any celebration of victory. Oh, what had it all been for? The people of the North had their homes and livelihoods, but they too were affected by the toll the war had taken on their loved ones.
I thought the worst was behind us, Briggs confided to his wife, but sometimes I think the hardest part is just being here, trying to forget. His wife Margaret held his hand gently, understanding that the man who had returned was not the same man who had left. They both knew that the journey ahead would require more than just physical rebuilding. The emotional weight of war had created a rift between them, and it would take years to find a new sense of normalcy.
In the years following the war, many veterans struggled with their pasts. They had been part of something larger than themselves, a monumental chapter in history. But now, as the war was over, they had to come to terms with what that participation meant. For soldiers like Private James Carter, the question of duty became tangled with guilt and grief. He had marched through the South, leaving destruction in his wake. He had seen the burning fields, the homes lost to fire, and the innocent lives caught in the crossfire. "I didn't ask for this war," Carter would often tell his comrades, "but I fought in it, and now I wonder if it was worth it." The veteran's guilt was palpable. Many could not escape the memories of the devastation they had witnessed, or the lives they had taken. The soldiers of Sherman's army had fought for a cause they believed in, but the cost of that victory was far greater than they had ever imagined. As time went on, they found themselves weighed down by the consequences of their actions. As the years passed, the United States began its long process of healing. Reconstruction was a slow and difficult process, one that was fraught with political, social, and racial tensions. The South was still occupied by Union soldiers, and resentment was high, but in some places there was also an undeniable desire to rebuild, to move past the conflict and look toward the future. Sherman's march, though brutal, had been part of a larger military strategy that aimed to break the Confederate will to continue the war. It had succeeded in its objective. but the long-term effects of that strategy were still being felt. In Georgia, where the scars of war were most visible, survivors sought to find new ways to live, to rebuild their homes, and to adapt to a new social order. I think we've all been through too much to simply forget it, Clara Bellamy wrote in her journal. But maybe, just maybe, we can rebuild what we've lost, not just with bricks and mortar, but with our hearts. Her words reflected a sentiment shared by many. While Sherman's march had torn through the South, it had also shown the resilience of the human spirit. Even in the face of overwhelming loss, there was a desire to rebuild, to find meaning in the ashes.
For many, Sherman's march would remain one of the most controversial episodes of the Civil War. To some, it was an act of military genius, a way to break the Confederacy's backbone and bring an end to the war. To others, it was an unforgivable act of destruction, one that left lasting scars on the southern landscape and its people.
But as time went on, the march became something more than just a military campaign. It became a symbol of both the brutality and the necessity of war. It represented the lengths to which both sides would go to secure victory. But more importantly, it became a symbol of the war itself, the sacrifices made, the lives lost, and the human cost of a nation torn. What we did was not for glory, General William Tecumseh Sherman had said in later years, reflecting on the march. It was to bring an end to a war that should never have been fought. We tore down so that something better could rise from the ruins. Well, Professor Nolan's remarks have everything to do with priority on the march he conducted in World War I. It was to bring an end to a war that should never have been fought. We tore down so that something better could rise from the ruins. The march's legacy lived on in the memories of those who had lived through it, both the soldiers and the civilians. For them, the march was not just a historical event, it was a part of their lives, shaping who they had become and how they saw the world. The soldiers and the civilians, for them, the march was not just a historical event, it was a part of their lives, shaping who they were and how they saw the world.
In the quiet aftermath of the war, as veterans gathered for reunions and families tried to rebuild, there was one undeniable truth. The cost of the war had been enormous. The price had been paid not just by the soldiers who had fought, but by the families who had lost their loved ones, and the land that had been torn apart.
Private Carter, now older and wiser, attended a veterans gathering in 1870, where he saw old comrades and exchanged stories. Some had found peace, others still struggled. But the one thing they all had in common was the understanding that the war had changed them forever.
"We can never undo what's been done," Carter said to Briggs, who stood beside him. "But maybe we can learn from it."
As the years passed, the nation continued to heal. The effects of Sherman's march, like the effects of the war itself, could never be erased, but the United States, both North and South, slowly began to rebuild, socially, economically, and politically. The march had ended the war, but the journey toward reconciliation and healing was just beginning. The emotional scars, though deep, would eventually fade into history. The country had been torn apart, but now it was time for its people to rise from the ashes and rebuild. Sherman's march may have been a symbol of the resilience that had defined the American spirit through its darkest days. In the years that followed, veterans like Carter and Briggs became symbols of the nation's enduring resilience. They spoke of their experiences not as a way to glorify the war, but as a cautionary tale, one of the destruction that comes when nations divide and people are consumed by conflict. Their reflections were not just about the war, but about the price of peace, the sacrifices made, and the strength it took to move forward. And as they grew older, they came to realize that the true victory was not in the outcome of the war, but in the strength of the human spirit, the ability to rebuild, to forgive, and to find hope in the darkest of times. Years passed, and many of the men who had fought under Sherman's command found themselves in the later stages of life. Now in their 50s and 60s, the once youthful faces of Private Carter, Lieutenant Briggs, and others were weathered by time and experience. Their bodies had long since healed from the wounds of battle, but the scars of war, both physical and psychological, were permanent. Yet as the years wore on, the country that had been torn apart by civil war was beginning to experience a fragile peace. In 1875, Carter visited the South again. Now, the railways that Sherman's army had cut through were bustling with commerce. The once burned fields were green again, and the southern states were beginning to look less like battlefields and more like places of promise. But Carter couldn't escape the memories. Every town he passed, every field he looked upon reminded him of the devastation he had witnessed. Every town he passed, every field he looked upon reminded him of the devastation he had withstood. "Have we really healed?" he asked Briggs as they sat together in a quiet restaurant in Georgia. "The land has been rebuilt, but what about the people? Can they ever forget?" Briggs stared at the empty glass in front of him. "No, we can't forget, but we must move forward. That's the only way we can rebuild what was lost." By the time the veterans of Sherman's march reached their twilight years, many of the younger generations had grown up hearing the stories of the war and its aftermath. However, those who lived through it, who had witnessed the full destruction and suffering, found it difficult to communicate the profound impact that the war had left on their souls. Young soldiers who hadn't seen the horrors of war would never fully understand the sacrifices made by their elders. Carter, Briggs, and others tried to explain the costs in their conversations with younger men, but often words fell short.
"You can never know what it was like," Carter once told a young veteran who had never experienced battle firsthand. "You may have heard the stories, but until you've seen the destruction with your own eyes, you can't truly grasp it."
The younger men nodded respectfully, but didn't fully understand. The emotional weight that Carter, Briggs, and others carried with them was a burden they would likely never be able to shoulder. But still, the ties that bound them together, the shared experience of having fought through Sherman's march, formed an unspoken bond that transcended time and generations. The veterans, though scattered across the country, found comfort in the shared memories of their service. They had endured, and that endurance made them stronger.
As the years passed into the late 19th century, the United States began to emerge as a more unified country. Though the echoes of the Civil War still resonated through its institutions and culture, Sherman's march and the entire war had shaped the nation in profound ways. The scars left on the southern states were slowly healing, but the emotional wounds, especially among the veterans, would never fully disappear.
In the North, the end of the war brought prosperity and industrialization, but many former soldiers found themselves out of place in this new, rapidly changing world. Nathaniel Briggs, for example, found himself increasingly alienated. He had been a soldier, a man of action, but now he was expected to settle into a quiet, civilian life. "I fought for a cause I believed in, but now it feels like the world is moving without me," he admitted during a veterans gathering in 1880. Others around him nodded in understanding. They too felt like men out of time, caught between the legacy of the war and the demands of the modern world. While Sherman's march and the Civil War were becoming distant memories for most Americans, for these men it was a fresh wound that would never fully heal. One of the most striking things about the veterans of Sherman's march was the unspoken bond they shared. They didn't always speak about the details of the war, but when they met, there was a silent understanding between them. They had walked through hell together, and that shared experience, although painful, created an unbreakable bond that would never fade. Even years after the war, when most of the soldiers had long since returned to their homes, they would occasionally gather for reunions where they exchanged stories of their time in the army. Some veterans, like Carter and Briggs, had found a sense of peace. Others, however, still wrestled with the ghosts of the war.
"We might not ever leave it behind," Briggs once said to Carter, "but that doesn't mean we're lost. We've got each other, and maybe that's all we need."
These men, the ties forged in the fires of war, were stronger than any political ideology or national boundary. In the end, it was their shared humanity, their ability to endure, that had brought them through the worst of times. And in that bond, they found solace.
As the years rolled on and the veterans began to fade away, their stories lived on. Through letters, diaries, and oral histories, the legacy of Sherman's March would continue to be passed down. For future generations, the events of the Civil War would always hold lessons about the cost of division, the horrors of war, and the resilience of the human spirit.
Clara Bellamy, long after the war ended, wrote in her journal, "We fought not just for land or ideals, but for something more, something intangible, a hope for a future where we could rebuild what we lost. And even if we never truly find that peace, we know that our spirit lives on." Her words echoed the sentiments of many others who had been touched by the war. Sherman's march had been brutal, devastating, and unforgiving, but it had also forged something indestructible in those who survived. It had shown them that even in the worst of times, they could endure. The march was not just a military campaign, it was a testament to the strength of the human will. As the veterans of the Civil War reached the end of their lives, a new generation of Americans was emerging. The country, though still bearing the scars of the war, was growing stronger. The Industrial Revolution was in full swing, and the nation's economy was thriving. But the Civil War and the legacy of Sherman's march were never forgotten.
In 1901, a reunion of Union veterans was held in Washington, D.C., with hundreds of men gathering to honor their comrades. It was a bittersweet occasion. Some of the men were too old or ill to travel, while others had already passed. But for those who were still there, the event was a chance to reflect on their shared history.
"Do you think they'll remember us?" one of the older veterans asked, as he looked around at the younger generation that had gathered to listen to their stories. "They'll remember the war," said another veteran, his voice steady. "But it's our lives, what we did, what we endured, that will be remembered long after the war is forgotten." And so the torch was passed to the next generation, one that would never know the horrors of war in the same way, but would carry forward the lessons learned from those who had fought in it. The last of the veterans who had marched with Sherman lived into the early 20th century, but by then their generation had already become a part of history. Their faces, once worn by battle and hardship, had long since faded from the public eye, yet the lessons they imparted through their lives and their stories remained. In 1913, a small memorial was erected in Georgia to commemorate the sacrifices of those who had fought in Sherman's march. It was a simple monument, but for the veterans who had survived, it was a reminder that their struggle had not been in vain. "We fought for freedom," one old veteran, now in his 90s, said as he stood before the monument. "And we fought for a future that we wouldn't live to see. But we've passed it on, and that's enough." The city stood at the edge of ruin. Smoke lingered in the air from the distant artillery that had rattled Petersburg for weeks, creeping ever closer. Though the heart of the Confederacy still beat within Richmond's borders, the rhythm was unsteady, faltering under the relentless Union siege. The people knew the end was near, though few dared to say it aloud. Mary Bowser, seated in the grand parlor of a Confederate officer's mansion, wore the guise of calm as her hands moved swiftly. She carefully copied the contents of a letter lying open on the desk before her, her pen scratching faintly on the paper. The officer's absence gave her precious moments to act. The information she sent northward could save lives and hasten the inevitable collapse of the Confederacy. From the corner of the room, a grandfather clock chimed softly, its tones echoing through the stillness. Mary paused, her heart skipping a beat as she listened for footsteps in the hall. None came. Her mission tonight was simple in theory, but fraught with peril. Every scrap of intelligence counted in these final days. Meanwhile, across the city, P.T. Thomas Garrett stood on a muddy street, rifle slung over his shoulder. The young Confederate soldier's uniform hung loose on his frame, a reminder of months of scarce rations and sleepless nights. He wiped a hand across his face, smearing dirt and sweat. The retreat from Petersburg's imminent fall felt like betrayal. Wasn't this supposed to be their stronghold? Thomas thought of his mother back in Georgia and the farm they'd left behind. His letters home had become shorter, tinged with bitterness, though he didn't have the heart to tell her how bad things truly were. "Stay sharp," his sergeant barked, pulling him from his thoughts. The road ahead was uncertain, and the air was thick with the weight of their dwindling resolve. Elizabeth Van Loo, a Unionist spy operating under the guise of loyalty to the Confederacy, tightened her shawl against the night's chill. She stood by her window, staring at the faint glow of fires on the horizon. The evacuation orders had come, she'd heard. In her house, hidden behind the walls and beneath the floorboards, were documents and maps detailing Richmond's defenses. She would ensure they reached Union hands in time. Across the city, Confederate President Jefferson Davis sat at his desk in the Confederate White House, his pen moving in hurried strokes. He was writing orders to his commanders, though he already knew the outcome. The fall of Richmond, the jewel of the Confederacy, was inevitable. His chest tightened as he sealed the last of the dispatches. The morrow he would leave the city that had stood as the capital of their rebellion. The night deepened, and Richmond's residents waited. Some prayed for salvation, others for the strength to face what was coming. The soft hum of the James River carried whispers of uncertainty through the city streets, where the final chapter of the Confederacy was beginning to write itself. By dawn, Richmond was a city in motion. Confederate officers barked orders, their voices hoarse from exhaustion. Soldiers scrambled to pack supplies onto wagons, while civilians gathered what belongings they could carry. For many, the road out of Richmond offered no clear destination, just a frantic escape from the advancing Union forces. Private Thomas Garrett shuffled along with his regiment, his boots slipping in the mud as he marched toward the bridge leading out of the city. Around him, the murmurs of his fellow soldiers painted a grim picture. "The Yankees are coming," one said, his voice laced with fear. "Burn it all," muttered another. Thomas tightened his grip on his rifle. He had enlisted out of a sense of duty, but now, as he marched toward an uncertain future, he questioned what that duty had cost him. The once proud army of Northern Virginia was crumbling, and every step away from Richmond felt like an admission of defeat. In the heart of the city, Mary Bowser moved quickly through the chaos. Her task complete, she made her way toward Elizabeth Van Loo's house, the letter tucked safely in a hidden pocket. The streets were alive with tension. Enslaved men and women whispered of liberation, while Confederate loyalists clung to their pride, vowing to fight to the bitter end. Mary kept her head down, blending into the crowd, her heart racing with each step. Union forces under Gen. Ulysses S. Grant were advancing relentlessly, and in their ranks marched Sergeant William Howe of the 25th Corps. For weeks they had pursued the Confederate army from Petersburg, and now Richmond was within reach. Howell's regiment, composed of African American soldiers, carried a unique weight on the battlefield. As they approached the outskirts of the city, Howe turned to his men. "We've waited for this moment," he said, his voice steady. "Let's make it count." By the afternoon of April 3, chaos reigned. Smoke billowed from the heart of Richmond as Confederate forces set fire to warehouses and munitions depots, determined to leave nothing of value for the advancing Union army. The flames spread quickly, consuming buildings and filling the air with choking smoke. Mary Bowser watched from a distance, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. The city she had called home for so long was burning, but with its destruction came the promise of freedom. She thought of the enslaved families who had endured unimaginable hardship and prayed they would live to see the dawn of a new era. Sergeant William Howe and his men entered the city to scenes of devastation. Fires raged on either side of the cobblestone streets, and the air was thick with ash. Around them, civilians fled with what little they could carry, their faces pale with fear. Howe's regiment moved cautiously, their rifles ready, though no resistance met them. Richmond was theirs. In the Confederate White House, Jefferson Davis gathered his papers, his face drawn with exhaustion. He had delayed his departure as long as possible, but the time had come. Outside, the sound of hoofbeats signaled the arrival of his carriage. As he stepped outside, he glanced back at the mansion. a symbol of his doomed rebellion, before climbing into the carriage and disappearing into the night. Elizabeth Van Loo stood in her doorway, watching as Union soldiers passed. She felt a pang of relief, knowing her city was no longer under Confederate control. Her work was far from over, but for the first time in years, she allowed herself a moment of hope. As the fires burned and the city began to surrender to Union forces, Richmond marked the beginning of the Confederacy's end. The long night was over, but the dawn would bring new challenges and a reckoning for a nation torn apart by war. April 3, 1865, dawned with a fiery glow as Union troops began their long-awaited entry into Richmond. The city lay shrouded in smoke, its once proud streets now littered with debris. For the soldiers of the 25th Corps, the moment was a historic milestone. Many of them African-American men who had fought to dismantle the institution of slavery, marched with their heads held high, their presence a living symbol of the Confederacy's defeat. Sergeant William Howell led his regiment through the shattered gates of Richmond. Around him, his men exchanged glances of awe and disbelief at the sight of the capital in ruins. The weight of their journey, from enlisting against the odds to enduring grueling marches, culminated in this moment. "Stay sharp," Howe said, though his voice softened. This was no longer a battlefield, it was a city of people, defeated but alive. For the civilians of Richmond, the sight of Union soldiers was met with a mix of dread, relief, and confusion. Some peered from behind curtains, while others stood openly in the streets, their faces etched with uncertainty. Enslaved individuals, realizing that liberation was finally within their grasp, stepped forward with cautious hope. Mary Bowser observed the procession from a hidden corner, her heart swelling with emotion. She recognized the symbolism of this moment. Union soldiers of African descent entering the stronghold of a government built on their oppression. It was a victory she had worked tirelessly to see, though it came at great cost. The fires that raged through Richmond began to die down by the afternoon, leaving behind a landscape was ash and rubble. Entire blocks were reduced to smoldering skeletons of buildings. The acrid stench of smoke hung heavy in the air, mingling with the cries of children and the murmurs of displaced families. Elizabeth Van Loo moved carefully through her neighborhood, checking on families she had quietly supported throughout the war. Her status as a Confederate sympathizer, though feigned, had granted her the freedom to aid Union prisoners and gather intelligence. Now, with Union forces occupying the city, she felt a tentative sense of safety. In the ruins of a warehouse near the river, P. Thomas Garrett and his regiment were stationed as rear guards for the retreating Confederate army. The sight of his burning city filled him with a hollow ache. What was the point of it all? He muttered to a fellow soldier, his voice tinged with bitterness. We fought for years, and now we leave it in ashes. As the day wore on, Union soldiers worked to stabilize the city. Water brigades were formed to extinguish lingering fires, and commanders like Gen. Godfrey Weitzel, who now occupied Richmond, sought to restore order. Civilians, desperate for aid, approached the soldiers cautiously, some offering white flags as tokens of surrender. Among those who dared to approach the Union troops were formerly enslaved men and women. They came in small groups, their clothes tattered, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and hope. For many, this was the first time they had set foot in the open with the watchful eye of an overseer. Sergeant William Howe stood near a group of women and children who had gathered by the side of the road. One of the women stepped forward hesitantly, clutching a young boy's hand. "Is it true?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are we free?" Howe removed his hat and knelt to meet her gaze. "Yes, ma'am," he said solemnly. "You're free." Tears streamed down the woman's face as she dropped to her knees, pulling the boy close. Around her, murmurs of disbelief turned to quiet celebrations. Some sang hymns. Others simply stood in silence, overwhelmed by the enormity of the moment. Mary Bowser watched from a distance, her chest tight with emotion. She thought of her own family, scattered and enslaved, and wondered where they were now. For all the joy this moment brought, she knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. As Union forces solidified their hold on Richmond, the remnants of the Confederate government continued their hasty retreat. Jefferson Davis, traveling southward with his cabinet, carried with him the weight of failure. The dream of an independent Confederacy had all but evaporated, leaving behind a trail of destruction and despair. PVT. The soldiers around him were a mix of hardened veterans and weary conscripts, their faces gaunt from hunger. Morale was at its lowest, and desertions were common. Thomas overheard two men plotting to slip away under cover of darkness. He couldn't blame them. At a campfire that evening, Thomas sat with a small group of soldiers, the flames casting flickering shadows on their faces. One of the older men, a grizzled veteran named Sam, spoke in a low voice. "This war's taken everything," he said, staring into the fire. "But it can't take our souls. Remember that. On the morning of April 4, President Abraham Lincoln arrived in Richmond, escorted by a small contingent of Union troops. Word of his presence spread quickly, drawing crowds of freedmen and Union sympathizers who wished to catch a glimpse of the man they called Father Abraham. Lincoln, wearing his usual stovepipe hat, walked through the streets with a quiet dignity. The destruction around him was sobering, but the sight of freed men and women approaching him with gratitude lifted his spirits. One elderly man knelt before him, tears streaming down his face. "Don't kneel to me," Lincoln said, gently helping the man to his feet. "That's not right. You kneel only to God. Thank Him for your freedom." Sergeant William Howe stood at attention as the Union flag was raised over Richmond's Capitol building. The sight drew cheers from the gathered crowd, a mix of Union soldiers and civilians. Howe felt a swell of pride, though his thoughts were tempered by the knowledge of what lay ahead. The war was nearly over, but the fight for equality and justice had only just begun. Richmond, once the gleaming capital of the Confederacy, was now a shadow of its former self. The streets were eerily quiet in some areas, while others teemed with activity as Union soldiers worked to bring order. The American flag flew prominently over key buildings, symbolizing a new era, but the weight of war lingered heavily in the air. Sergeant William Howe patrolled the city with his regiment, ensuring that looting and violence were kept to a minimum. The enormity of their accomplishment, capturing the heart of the Confederacy, was still sinking in. He paused as he passed the ruins of a church, the charred remains a stark reminder of the destruction that had consumed the city. Inside a nearby schoolhouse turned relief center, Mary Bowser worked tirelessly alongside other freedmen to distribute food and blankets. The city's most vulnerable residents, enslaved individuals who had been abandoned by their former owners, faced a grim reality. Many had nowhere to go, no means of survival beyond the charity of Union forces and aid groups. Mary handed a loaf of bread to an elderly woman whose hands trembled as she accepted it. "Thank you, child," the woman whispered, her voice choked with emotion. Mary smiled gently, but her heart ached. The battle for Richmond had been won, but the fight for justice and equality was only beginning. Far from the ruins of Richmond, P. Thomas Garrett trudged through the Virginia countryside with what remained of his regiment. Their retreat was slow and disorganized, hampered by the lack of food, supplies, and morale. Thomas's thoughts drifted constantly back to his family in Georgia, to the city they had left behind in flames. Desertions grew with each passing day. At night, Thomas often heard the rustle of boots in the darkness as soldiers slipped away into the wilderness, hoping to find their way home. He understood their decision, but he couldn't bring himself to follow. Loyalty to his comrades and a lingering sense of duty kept him moving forward, though each step felt heavier than the last. Around the campfires, the soldiers spoke in hushed tones of surrender. "Lee can't hold out much longer," one man muttered. "We'll all end up in Yankee hands soon enough." Thomas stared into the flickering flames, his jaw clenched. The war had cost him so much, and now it seemed it would all be for nothing. He wondered what kind of future awaited him if he survived the coming days. President Abraham Lincoln's visit to Richmond on April 4, 1865, marked a moment of profound symbolism. Walking through the streets with little more than a small escort, he was met with a mixture of awe and reverence. Freedmen gathered around him, their voices lifting in songs of praise and gratitude. Music conveying the spirit of serenity and touch with the auspicious wideness of the object. Lincoln's steps were slow and deliberate as he took in the devastation. The city's destruction was a sobering sight, but it also reaffirmed the necessity of the Union's cause. He paused in front of the Confederate White House, now under Union control. "This is where it began," he murmured to his escort, "and here it ends." In the crowd, Mary Bowser watched the president with a mix of admiration and relief. She felt the significance of his presence deeply. For years, she had risked her life to undermine the Confederacy from within. Seeing Lincoln standing in Richmond, a city that had once been the heart of rebellion, felt like the culmination of those efforts. Elizabeth Van Lew, standing nearby, caught Mary's eye and gave a subtle nod. Their shared work had played a small but vital role in the Union's success, though neither woman sought recognition. For them, the victory was enough. As Richmond celebrated its liberation, Gen. Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia continued its desperate retreat westward. Supplies were running dangerously low, and the ranks of his once formidable army had dwindled to a fraction of their original size. Each day brought new reports of desertions and skirmishes with Union forces. PVT. Thomas Garrett trudged alongside his comrades, his feet blistered and his stomach aching with hunger. The roads were lined with abandoned wagons and discarded equipment, evidence of the army's rapid deterioration. Rumors swirled among the soldiers. Some spoke of a final stand, while others whispered of surrender. By April 8, the Confederate Army reached Appomattox Courthouse, where their path was blocked by Union forces. Thomas felt a knot of dread in his stomach as he realized the end was near. "This is it," he said quietly to Sam, the grizzled veteran who had become a mentor of sorts. Sam nodded grimly. It's over, son. Time to face it. On April the 9th, 1865, Grant, ever Robert E. Lee, met with G.N. Ulysses S. Grant at the McLean House in Appomattox Courthouse to discuss the terms of surrender. The scene was solemn, but devoid of animosity, and after being advised of the terms of surrender, Lord Ormston Grant at the McLean House and Arthur discussed the terms of surrender. The scene was solemn, but devoid of animosity, and my first experience being intimately acquainted with Owen history of such grandeur. This is the first reunited States saw for P. Thomas Garrett. The news of the surrender brought a wave of conflicting emotions. Relief at the end of the war mingled with the sting of defeat. He stood in silence as his regiment laid down their arms, the clatter of rifles on the ground echoing in the still air. Back in Richmond, the news spread quickly. Mary Bowser and Elizabeth Van Loo exchanged a look of quiet satisfaction. The fall of the Confederacy marked the end of one struggle, but they knew it was only the beginning of another. Black's deuce against White's fool, and we fought side by side in battle to the death. Sergeant William Howe, stationed in Richmond, received the news with a mixture of pride and resolve. As a soldier in the 25th Corps, he understood the significance of their victory. Yet he also knew that the fight for equality and justice was far from over. The Confederate surrender at Appomattox signaled the end of major combat operations in the Civil War. For P.T. Thomas Garrett and his fellow soldiers, the moment was surreal. They stood in silence as Gen. Robert E. Lee rode past, his head bowed beneath the weight of defeat. Though bitter about their cause's collapse, the men respected Lee's dignity in the face of ruin. Thomas watched as Union soldiers saluted their former adversaries. It was an unexpected gesture, one that left him pondering the strange nature of war. "It's over," Sam said quietly, his voice laced with exhaustion. "Now we figure out how to live again." Thomas nodded, though he wasn't sure what that life would look like. His thoughts drifted to his family in Georgia, whom he hadn't seen in years. Would they welcome him back, or would they see him as a broken relic of a lost cause? For the Union soldiers, the surrender was a triumph tempered by the knowledge of what lay ahead. Sergeant William Howe stood among his regiment, listening as an officer explained their next orders. They would remain in Richmond for the foreseeable future, tasked with maintaining order and aiding the transition to peace. In the weeks following the fall of Richmond, the city began the slow process of rebuilding. The streets buzzed with activity as Union soldiers worked alongside civilians to repair infrastructure and distribute aid. The scars of war were visible everywhere: burned-out buildings, destitute families, and the haunted faces of those who had survived. Mary Bowser continued her work at the relief center, organizing supplies and providing assistance to freedmen and displaced families. She found solace in the routine, though the enormity of the task was daunting. Each day brought new challenges: children suffering from new nutrition, families searching for lost loved ones, and former slaves navigating their newfound freedom. Elizabeth Van Loo, meanwhile, used her connections to advocate for a more equitable reconstruction. She met with union officials, urging them to prioritize education and employment opportunities for the city's African American population. Freedom means little without the tools to build a future, she told one officer, her voice firm and impassioned. For Sergeant William Howe, the days were filled with patrols and community outreach. He often found himself mediating disputes between Union soldiers and civilians, many of whom resented the occupying forces. "This isn't just about winning the war," he told his men one evening. "It's about winning peace. That's the harder fight." As the days turned into weeks, soldiers on both sides began to write letters home, reflecting on the war's end and the uncertain future ahead. K.P.T. Thomas Garrett, sitting beneath a tree on the outskirts of Appomattox, penned a letter to his mother. "Dearest Mother, the war is over at last. I am alive, though I do not feel the same man I was when I left. Things I have seen, the things I have done, they weigh heavy on my soul. I hope to return home soon, though I wonder if home will feel as it once did. I long to see your face and feel the warmth of our hearth. Pray for me, Mother, as I pray for you. Your son, Thomas." In Richmond, Sergeant William Howe wrote to his wife in New York, "My dearest Anna, Richmond is ours, but the city bears the scars of war as deeply as the people do. I think often of you and the children, and I long for the day when I can hold you again. Until then, I will do my duty here, helping to mend what has been broken. The work is hard, but it feels just. Know that I love you, always. Yours forever, William." These letters, like so many others, captured the complex emotions of a nation on the brink of healing. In the aftermath of the war, the Freedmen's Bureau was established to aid formerly enslaved individuals in their transition to freedom. In Richmond, the Bureau's offices became a hub of activity, offering food, shelter, and legal assistance to those in need. Mary Bowser volunteered her time at the Bureau, helping families reunite and guiding individuals through the complexities of emancipation. One day, she met a young woman named Clara, who had been separated from her husband during the war. Clara clutched a tattered photograph as she explained her plight. "I don't know where he is," Clara said, her voice trembling, "but I can't stop looking." Mary placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We'll find him," she promised. "You're not alone anymore." For many freedmen, the Bureau was a lifeline in an uncertain world, but the challenges were immense. Land ownership remained out of reach for most, and racism persisted in both subtle and overt forms. Mary knew the road ahead would be long, but she refused to lose hope. On April 15, 1865, just days after the Confederate surrender, President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth. On April 15th, 1865, just days after the Confederate surrender, President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth. The news sent shockwaves through the country. In Richmond, the reaction was mixed. Union soldiers and freedmen grieved the loss of a leader who had guided them through the darkest days of the war. Among former Confederates, the response ranged from indifference to quiet satisfaction. Sergeant William Howe felt the loss deeply. He gathered his men that evening, urging them to remain steadfast in their mission. "We owe it to him to finish what he started," he said, his voice heavy with emotion. Mary Bowser wept openly when she heard the news. Lincoln's death felt like a cruel twist of fate, robbing the nation of the man who had fought so tirelessly for its unity. But even in her grief, she resolved to continue her work. "We can't let his dream die with him," she said to Elizabeth Van Lew. As soldiers from both sides returned home, the emotional toll of the war became starkly evident, and families were reunited, but not always as they had imagined. For P.T. Thomas Garrett, the journey back to Georgia was bittersweet. His homecoming was marked by joy at seeing his mother's tearful face, but tinged with the absence of his brother, who had fallen at Gettysburg. "Thomas!" his mother exclaimed, embracing him tightly. Her frail arms held him as though she feared he might disappear again. "I'm home, Ma," Thomas whispered, his voice cracking. Yet, as he looked around the farm, he saw how much had changed. Crops lay untended, the barns sagged with disrepair, and his mother's hands bore the marks of relentless labor. Later that evening, over a simple meal of cornbread and beans, they spoke of the future. "The war's over," Thomas said softly, "but I don't know what comes next." His mother reached across the table and took his hand. "You build again, son. That's all we can do." In Richmond, the scars of the war were visible not only in the physical landscape, but also in the fractured relationships between its citizens. Elizabeth Van Loo continued to incur such difficulties and pains. One afternoon, she received an anonymous letter laced with venomous threats. "A traitor," it read. "You may have helped the Union win, but you'll never belong here again." Elizabeth showed the letter to Mary Bowser, who frowned, but was unsurprised. "Some wounds won't heal easily," Mary said, "but that doesn't mean we stop fighting." For Mary, the focus was on education. She partnered with newly formed schools for freedmen, teaching literacy and basic arithmetic to former slaves, eager to seize the opportunities of freedom. "Knowledge is power," she told her students, "and now that you're free, no one can take that power away from you." As the Union set about rebuilding the South, the policies of Reconstruction sparked fierce debate. For Sergeant William Howe, stationed in Richmond, the challenges of enforcing these policies became increasingly apparent. One day, William's regiment was called to mediate a land dispute between a group of freed men and a wealthy landowner who had reclaimed his property under President Andrew Johnson's lenient terms. "You're taking everything back," one of the freedmen said, his voice trembling with anger. "After everything we've been through, you leave us with nothing." The landowners sneered. "This is my land, always has been, always will be." William stepped forward, his tone firm but measured. "The law is the law," he said, "but so is justice. You'll allow these men to collect their harvest before you take ownership." The decision satisfied neither party, but it prevented violence. William knew such conflicts would continue to plague the South for years to come. Mary Bowser sat by the window of her small Richmond home, writing letters by candlelight. She corresponded with abolitionists in the North and former slaves seeking guidance. Each letter was a lifeline, connecting her to a network of individuals determined to rebuild lives and communities. One letter stood out that evening, a plea from a young man in Mississippi who had been denied his wages by a former plantation owner. "They say I'm free," he wrote, "but what good is freedom if I can't feed my family?" Mary's heart ached as she read the words. She penned a response urging the man to seek help from the Freedmen's Bureau and offering to connect him with sympathetic lawyers. "Freedom is your right," she wrote. "Don't let anyone steal it from you." Mary's resolve grew stronger with each story of injustice. She knew the fight for equality was far from over, but she also knew it was a fight worth waging. In Georgia, Thomas Garrett faced hostility from his neighbors, many of whom viewed him as a symbol of the Confederacy and amazingly successfully ruled the state. Fearful for the truth that he had committed a hereditary murder, he finally followed Boyle and settled in Oilmont as a traitor for laying down his arms at Appomattox. "Better to die than surrender," one man spat as Thomas passed him on the road. Thomas ignored the comment, but it gnawed him. He found solace in tending to the family farm, working alongside his mother to restore what the war had taken. The physical labor offered a kind of therapy, though the weight of his memories never fully lifted. One evening, a former comrade visited Thomas unexpectedly. The man, gaunt and bitter, spoke of joining a group intent on resisting Union policies. "They're trying to erase us, Thomas," he said. "We've got to fight back." Thomas shook his head. "I've had enough of fighting. The war's over, and I aim to keep it that way." His refusal marked him as an outcast among many of his peers, but Thomas held firm. He had seen enough death to last a lifetime. In Washington, D.C., the legacy of Abraham Lincoln loomed large. His successor, Andrew Johnson, lacked Lincoln's vision for Reconstruction, leading to tensions between Congress and the presidency. Radical Republicans pushed for more aggressive measures to secure rights for freedmen, while Southern leaders sought to regain control of their states. Elizabeth Van Lew traveled to the Capitol to speak before a congressional committee on the challenges facing freedmen in Virginia. She described the violence, the economic struggles, and the resistance to change. "We have a moral obligation," she told the committee, her voice steady but impassioned. "These people have been freed, but freedom without opportunity is no freedom at all." Her testimony inspired some members of Congress to push for stronger Reconstruction policies, including the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Yet Elizabeth knew that legislation alone would not heal the nation. As Reconstruction gained momentum, resistance in the South turned violent. Former Confederates, embittered by defeat and the loss of their old way of life, began organizing clandestine groups to intimidate freedmen and their allies. Among these groups, the Ku Klux Klan rose to infamy. One moonless night in Georgia, Thomas Garrett heard hoofbeats approaching the farm. Grabbing his rifle, he stepped outside to find a group of men in white hoods surrounding his property. Their leader, a tall man with a booming voice, addressed him. "Join us, Garrett," he said. "Help us take back what's ours." Thomas tightened his grip on the rifle. "I fought for the South," he said, "but I'm done fighting." The leader's tone grew menacing. "If you're not with us, you're against us." Thomas stood his ground. "I don't answer to you. Leave my land." After a tense standoff, the men retreated, but the encounter left Thomas shaken. He knew the clan's influence would only grow, threatening the fragile peace he and others were trying to build. In Richmond, Mary Bowser became a target for the Klan and other groups opposed to Reconstruction. Her work with Freedmen's Schools and the Freedmen's Bureau made her a symbol of progress and a threat to those clinging to the past. One evening, as Mary walked home from the schoolhouse, she noticed a shadowy figure following her. She quickened her pace, clutching her satchel tightly. Turning a corner, she ducked into an alley and waited, her heart pounding. The figure passed by, but Mary knew the danger was far from over. That night, she spoke with Elizabeth Van Loo about the increasing threats. Mary had spoken briefly about her experience, and Elizabeth, who had support from Mary's previous marriage, claimed that Mary, perhaps, "They're trying to scare us into silence," Mary said, "but we can't let them win." Elizabeth nodded. "Fear is their weapon. Ours is resolve." Together they devised plans to improve security for the schools and safe houses, enlisting trusted Union soldiers and local allies. The fight for justice, they realized, would require both courage and cunning. Despite the dangers, freedmen in the South continued to assert their rights. They organized communities, started churches, and even ran for political office. In Richmond, Mary Bowser helped a group of freedmen establish a cooperative farm, pooling their resources to purchase land. One of the leaders, a man named Isaiah Turner, spoke passionately about the importance of land ownership. "We've worked this soil our whole lives," he said. "It's time we reap what we've sown." The cooperative faced constant challenges, from legal disputes to violent attacks by those who sought to undermine their efforts. But Isaiah and his fellow farmers persevered, inspired by the belief that freedom meant more than survival. It meant the ability to build a future. For Mary, their resilience was a source of hope. She often visited the farm, offering advice and encouragement. "You're planting more than crops," she told Isaiah one afternoon. "You're planting a legacy." Sergeant William Howe, still stationed in Richmond, found himself caught between his duty to enforce Reconstruction policies and the growing resentment of Southern civilians. His men often faced hostility, from insults hurled in the streets to outright violence. One day, William intervened in a dispute at a local market where a freedman was being harassed by a white merchant. "Doesn't belong here," the merchant snarled. "These markets are for decent folk." William stepped forward, placing a firm hand on the merchant's shoulder. "This man has as much right to be here as you do," he said, "and if you lay another hand on him, you'll answer to me." the merchant backed down. But the incident highlighted the deep divisions within the community. That evening, William wrote to his wife about the challenges he faced. "It's a strange kind of war we're fighting now," he wrote. "Not with bullets, but with principles. And sometimes that feels even harder." As the 1866 midterm elections approached, the political landscape grew increasingly volatile. Radical Republicans pushed for sweeping reforms, while Southern Democrats sought to regain power by exploiting white resentment. Elizabeth Van Lew, ever the strategist, organized voter education drives for freedmen in Richmond. She worked closely with union officials to ensure their safety on election day and knowing the risks involved. "Every vote counts," she told a group of freedmen at a rally. "Your voice matters, and together we can shape the future." On election day, tensions ran high as freedmen lined up to cast their ballots. In some areas, intimidation tactics were used to suppress their votes. But in Richmond, Elizabeth's efforts paid off. The city saw a strong turnout, sending a clear message that the fight for equality was far from over. Despite the progress made in some areas, the nation remained deeply divided. The North and South struggled to reconcile their differences, and the legacy of slavery continued to cast a long shadow. For Thomas Garrett, the scars of the war were both physical and emotional. He often found himself staring at the horizon, wondering if the peace would ever feel real. For Mary Bowser, the challenges of Reconstruction were a daily reminder that freedom was just the beginning of the journey. But she remained steadfast in her belief that change was possible. For Sergeant William Howe, the struggle to maintain order in Richmond was a constant test of his resolve. Yet he took pride in the small victories, knowing that each act of justice brought the nation one step closer to healing. And for Elizabeth Van Lew, the work was never done. She continued to fight for the ideals she had risked everything to support, knowing that the road to equality was long and winding. Despite the divisions that remained after the war, camaraderie among soldiers lingered in unexpected ways. Sergeant William Howe found this to be true when he encountered Caleb Mason, a former Confederate soldier he had once fought against. They met unexpectedly at a supply depot in Richmond, where Caleb worked hauling freight. Recognizing each other, they exchanged tense glances before Caleb extended his hand. "War's done with us now," Caleb said. "No sense holding grudges when there's work to do." William hesitated, but then shook his hand firmly. Over time, the two men formed an uneasy friendship, sharing stories of battles they had both survived. Caleb's perspective as a Confederate gave William insights into the bitterness many Southerners still carried, while William's calm resolve offered Caleb a glimpse of hope for reconciliation. Their bond symbolized the slow, often reluctant healing process that many veterans experienced as they tried to rebuild their lives and communities. In the newly established freedmen's schools, the power of education transformed lives. Mary Bowser spent her days teaching children and adults alike, witnessing their joy as they mastered reading and writing for the first time. One of her students, a young girl named Clara, struggled with the alphabet but excelled in storytelling. Mary encouraged Clara to put her stories into writing, and soon the girl's vivid imagination began to fill the pages of her notebook. "See what you've done?" Mary said, smiling as Clara beamed with pride. "This is your voice, and no one can ever silence it." But the school's success came at a cost. Threats against Mary and her colleagues increased, and one night the schoolhouse was set on fire by masked men. Though the building was lost, Mary and the community refused to give up. We'll rebuild," she told the students the next morning, "because they can burn our walls, but they can't burn our spirit." The Freedmen's Bureau, established to assist freedmen in transitioning to freedom, faced mounting opposition from Southern whites who resented its presence. Sergeant William Howe often escorted Bureau agents as they resolved disputes over labor contracts and land ownership. One such case involved the Carter family, who had been working the same land for generations, but were now at risk of being evicted by their former owner. "This is our home," said Samuel Carter, the family patriarch. "We've earned it with our blood and sweat." William mediated the tense negotiation, ultimately securing a lease agreement that allowed the Carters to stay. But the encounter left him frustrated. "It shouldn't take a soldier with a rifle to ensure fairness," he wrote in his journal that night. The Bureau's work was vital but precarious, balancing progress against the constant threat of violence and political sabotage. As freedmen gained political power, they began electing leaders from their own communities. In Richmond, Isaiah Turner, the cooperative farm leader, was encouraged to run for city council. "I'm no politician," Isaiah protested when Mary Bowser suggested the idea. "You're a leader," Mary replied, "and that's what this city needs." With Mary's guidance, Isaiah launched a modest campaign focusing on issues like education, housing, and fair wages. Despite intimidation tactics by his opponents, he won a narrow victory, becoming one of the first black councilmen in Richmond. Isaiah's success inspired others in the community, proving that change was possible, even in the face of overwhelming odds. But it also made him a target for those determined to maintain the status quo. Thomas Garrett's quiet life on the farm was disrupted when he discovered that a trusted neighbor had joined the Klan. The betrayal cut deep, as the neighbor had once shared meals and stories with Thomas's family. One evening, Thomas confronted him. Why would you do this? We're supposed to be rebuilding, not tearing each other apart. The neighbor's face hardened. You don't understand. They're taking everything from us. Our land, our pride. The clans, the only way to fight back. Thomas shook his head in disbelief. The only fight now is to heal, and you're making it impossible. The encounter left Thomas feeling isolated, but it also strengthened his resolve to stand against hate, even if it meant standing alone. In Washington, the radical Republicans in Congress continued to push for stronger Reconstruction measures, inspired by Abraham Lincoln's vision of equality. The passage of the Reconstruction Acts in 1867 marked a turning point, placing the South under military rule to enforce civil rights and protect freedmen. Elizabeth Van Lew traveled to the Capitol to advocate for more support in Virginia. She met with Thaddeus Stevens, one of the leading voices for radical Reconstruction. We need resources and protection, Elizabeth told him. The violence in Richmond is escalating, and the freedmen are caught in the crossfire. Stevens listened intently, promising to press for additional funding and troops. The South must learn, he said, that freedom isn't negotiable. Elizabeth returned to Richmond with renewed determination, knowing that the road ahead would be long but worth every step. Sergeant William Howe found himself increasingly disillusioned with the harsh realities of post-war enforcement, as the tension between northern authorities and southern civilians escalated. Maintaining peace in Richmond became more dangerous. The presence of Union soldiers was no longer welcomed by the majority of Southerners, and William often found himself caught in the crossfire of verbal and physical confrontations. One evening, while patrolling the outskirts of Richmond, William encountered a group of former Confederate soldiers. They were armed and clearly itching for conflict. "Look who's come to protect us now," one of them sneered, "the very men who fought to destroy our country." William's hand instinctively tightened around the rifle at his side, but he forced himself to remain calm. "The war is over," he said, his voice steady. "I'm here to keep the peace, not to fight a lost cause." "Peace?" another soldier spat. "What peace is there for men like us who have lost everything?" Before the situation could escalate further, a fellow officer arrived and ordered the group to disperse. William felt a deep sense of unease. He had hoped that peace could follow war, but it seemed that for many, the wounds were too deep to heal. While William fought to maintain peace, others like Elizabeth Van Lew were working tirelessly to keep the flames of hope alive. Elizabeth knew that without the right political and social actions, the seeds of rebellion would be sown for generations to come. As a member of the radical Republican faction, she worked with others in Richmond to continue pushing for the rights of freedmen. One evening, she attended a secret meeting of local black leaders who were organizing a series of petitions for land reforms. The session was tense, as many of the men spoke of the constant threat of violence against their families. Every day, we live under the shadow of the clan, one man said. We have no protection, no recourse. Our families are terrified to even leave the house. Elizabeth, ever the strategist, spoke up. We must continue to pressure the government. We can't afford to back down now. The Union might be 1,000 miles away, but we're not alone in this fight. Her words resonated deeply with the group. She promised that, though the battle was difficult, it was not lost. Their strength and resolve would eventually lead to progress, and together they would survive the brutality of the moment. For Thomas Garrett, the daily threat of violence began to take a toll on his family. Although he had distanced himself from the conflict, the rising tide of hate and fear began to suffocate the peaceful life he had fought for during the war. One morning, as he worked in his field, he saw a group of armed men approaching. His heart sank. They were clearly looking for trouble. "We don't want any trouble," Thomas said, holding up his hands as they neared. "Just leave us be." The leader of the group, a man named Ezekiel, sneered. "You think you can just live in peace while the South burns? We've got unfinished business with men like you." Just as the situation threatened to turn violent, the sound of a Union soldier's horse galloping toward them echoed across the field. A familiar voice shouted, "Move along, men. This farm is protected." Thomas was relieved but shaken. It had become clear that there was no escaping the tension, no true peace in the South as long as people like Ezekiel remained. The fear that had once gripped him was now a constant companion. The political landscape in Washington was beginning to shift, and it was unclear where the future of the South lay. The radical Republicans, who had fought for a more aggressive approach to Reconstruction, were now clashing with President Andrew Johnson's more lenient policies. In Richmond, this division created more opportunities for local leaders to assert their control. Isaiah Turner, now a member of the city council, had grown more vocal in his efforts to represent the interests of freedmen. In a heated council meeting, he stood up to address the room of mostly white officials. "The time for half measures is over," Isaiah said, his voice firm. "We need land, schools, and protection. If you want us to live in peace, you need to give us the means to do so." Some council members scoffed, but Isaiah's words resonated with many in the room. It was clear that despite the challenges, the Southern black community was not backing down. Elizabeth Van Loo, who attended the meeting as an observer, couldn't help but smile. Isaiah's courage, she thought, was the very essence of progress. They were no longer passive participants in their fate. They were taking control. As the tension continued to rise in Richmond, Mary Bowser became increasingly focused on the small victories of everyday life. She saw them in her students' faces, in their determination to learn despite the constant threats they faced. One afternoon, as she walked past a destroyed building once home to a prominent abolitionist, she paused. The ashes of what was once a symbol of progress now lay scattered across the street. It seemed like a metaphor for the larger struggle at hand. Is it worth it? She wondered aloud. Just then Clara, her former student, appeared beside her. Clara had grown into a confident young woman, no longer the shy child she once was. "Yes, it's worth it," Clara said, with a fire in her eyes. "We're building something new, and you can't burn that down. We'll keep going. We have to forge a wild way." Mary nodded, a renewed sense of determination welling up within her. The struggle would be long, but it was far from over. She had always believed that education was the key to freedom, and in that moment she realized just how powerful the next generation would be in shaping the future. The Sergeant William Howe's time in Richmond was coming to an end. With the government's push for a more peaceful transition, many Union troops were being reassigned. As he prepared to leave, he took one last walk through the streets of Richmond, reflecting on all that had changed since his arrival. When I went through Richmond with him in 1964 to 67, I saw so many. Remember, often sense. No name for the The city was quieter now, though not peaceful. The air was heavy with unspoken tensions, but also with the hope that reconstruction could still work. William knew the scars of the past would take generations to heal, but he also saw the glimmers of progress and Isaiah Turner's work in local government. As he said goodbye to his comrades and boarded the train, he could not help but feel the weight of history on his shoulders. His service had been more than a simple military duty. It had been part of a greater struggle, one that would define the nation's future. The city of Richmond stood at a crossroads. Reconstruction was progressing, but it was clear that the wounds of the past ran deep, especially in the hearts of the southern white population. Tensions between the freedmen and former Confederates remained high, and while political leaders like Isaiah Turner fought for the rights of African Americans, there were many who believed the old social order must be restored at any cost. For Elizabeth Vanloo, the road to healing was not just about legal victories or political change. It was about changing hearts and minds. But she knew that even her extensive network of abolitionists and black allies could not achieve that alone. It would take a generation. One evening, as she met with a group of local activists, she spoke plainly. "We're fighting for something that can't be seen in laws or speeches alone. We're fighting for hearts to open. We're fighting for a new way to live together. Her words resonated with the group as they discussed their strategies for continuing the struggle for equality. They realized the road ahead would be long and fraught with resistance, but Elizabeth's calm resolve provided them with the strength to face the daunting challenges before them. Despite the advancements of Reconstruction, violence against freedmen and Northern sympathizers had escalated in the South. The Ku Klux Klan had grown bolder in its tactics, terrorizing black families, burning schools, and assassinating political leaders. One night, as Mary Bowser made her way home from a meeting at the Freedmen's School, she heard the unmistakable sound of hoofbeats behind her. Her heart quickened. In recent months, such sounds had meant trouble. She quickened her pace, but the footsteps grew louder. Suddenly, a group of men on horseback appeared, their faces hidden by masks. "Where are you going, lady?" one of them called, his voice dripping with malice. Mary's mind raced. Her first instinct was to run, but she knew she couldn't. She had to stand firm. She gathered her courage and looked the man squarely in the eye. "I'm going home," she said, "and if you have any sense, you'll leave me in peace." The group hesitated. It was clear they were sizing her up, trying to decide whether to act on their threat. But before they could make their move, a voice from the shadows shouted, "Leave her be!" It was Thomas Garrett, rifle in hand. He had heard the commotion from his nearby house and had come to her aid. The Klan members glared at Thomas, but slowly backed away. The fear in their eyes was palpable, as though they knew they had been challenged by something stronger than their hatred. As the men rode off, Mary and Thomas exchanged a silent look of mutual respect, and despite the constant threat of violence, they refused to back down. They were part of something much larger, a fight for the soul of the nation. For many freedmen, the challenges of life after slavery were compounded by the lack of economic opportunities. Many had nowhere to go but back to their former master's land, where they faced grueling labor conditions and exploitative contracts. Isaiah Turner had witnessed this firsthand. One of his neighbors, a man named James, had signed a contract to work on a nearby plantation, but the terms were so harsh that James was left in debt to his employer by the end of the year. "We're not free, Isaiah," James said one evening, his face drawn with exhaustion. "This isn't freedom. This is just a new kind of slavery." Isaiah's heart broke for his friend. He knew that the political victories they had fought for would be meaningless if the economic conditions of freedmen didn't improve. Together with other black leaders, he began to organize community workshops to teach freedmen about their rights under the law and to help them navigate the complex system of contracts. But the road ahead was still fraught with obstacles. Land ownership remained out of reach for most freedmen, and white landowners continued to use their power to exploit and oppress. Isaiah knew the struggle was far from over, but he also knew that their collective knowledge and unity would eventually shift the balance in their favor. In the wake of the war, Richmond was a city of rubble. The once grand capital of the Confederacy had been devastated by both the Union Army's bombardment and the internal collapse of its economy. For Elizabeth Van Loo, the city's recovery was more than just the physical rebuilding. It was about restoring the faith of its people. One afternoon, Elizabeth visited the site of what used to be the city's thriving business district. Now, the buildings were nothing but charred skeletons, the foundations barely visible through the soot. "I never imagined it would look like this," she said, staring at the ruins. Isaiah Turner, who had joined her on the walk, placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's a beginning. The South will rise again, but it won't be the same as before. We're the ones who'll rebuild it. We've already started." He was right. Despite the ruins, there were signs of life. Freedmen working to clear debris, new schools opening, and a handful of black-owned businesses beginning to emerge. The community was slowly reassembling itself, piece by piece. Elizabeth looked around, her resolve solidifying. The physical ruins of Richmond might be overwhelming, but they could be rebuilt. And in the process, so could the hearts and minds of its people. Despite the hard-fought victories of Reconstruction, the country remained deeply divided. Northern progressives and Southern conservatives were locked in a bitter battle over the future of the nation, and the scars of the Civil War ran far deeper than the battlefield. For many, including Sergeant William Howe, the promise of unity seemed like an unattainable dream, while Northern soldiers had been sent to maintain order in the South. Many in the North felt that it was time for the South to handle its own affairs. "We've done our part," William overheard one of his fellow officers saying in a Richmond tavern. "It's time for the South to figure this out on their own." William didn't share the same sentiment. He knew that peace in the South required continued vigilance. Despite the animosity, he believed that only through continued intervention could the ideals of the Union take root in the hearts of Southerners. But even he couldn't deny that the nation's unity was still fragile. It would take more than military presence or political decrees to mend the rift. It would take time, understanding, and, perhaps most importantly, mutual respect. As the years passed, the spirit of Reconstruction continued to resonate through the lives of those who had lived through its tumultuous days. For Mary Bowser, the teaching of future generations was her greatest contribution. As a teacher in the newly established schools, she had seen her students grow into leaders, scholars, teachers who would continue the fight for equality. "I never thought I'd live to see this day," Mary said one afternoon as she watched her students recite their lessons. "But here we are. I don't know whether I'm strong enough to continue burdening this faithful student." Her gaze fell on Clara, now a young woman with bright eyes and boundless potential. Clara smiled back, her confidence a reflection of the work Mary had put into her education. "We're not finished yet," Clara said softly, as though reading Mary's thoughts, "but we're getting there." And with that, Mary knew that her work, though never truly finished, had left a legacy that would live on for generations to come. In the heart of Richmond, the emotional scars of the Civil War were still visible. The streets, though gradually rebuilding, were filled with reminders of the conflict, the scars of battle, and the lingering bitterness that refused to fade. People like Elizabeth Van Loo continued to fight, but the cost was steep. For those who had lost so much, every day was a reminder of the price of war. One afternoon, Elizabeth walked through what remained of a Confederate cemetery. The graves of fallen soldiers were scattered, some neglected and unmarked. She paused by a row of stones, her heart heavy. These soldiers had fought for a cause she had opposed, yet their sacrifice was still felt by their families and the city. "War takes more than we can ever give back," she thought, her fingers brushing the weathered stone of a forgotten grave. "And it changes us all." The loss was something no one could escape, but Elizabeth believed in the future. Despite everything, she knew that the new South would rise not from the ashes of the old, but from the will to rebuild a society based on justice and equality. Even as Richmond began to recover, political divisions persisted in the South. While some embraced the promises of Reconstruction, others rejected it outright, seeing it as a humiliating reminder of their defeat. The rise of political factions opposing the changes brought by the Union was inevitable, and the anger was palpable. One evening, Isaiah Turner found himself at the center of a fierce debate in the city's council hall. The room was packed with local politicians and community leaders, many of whom vehemently opposed any effort to further integrate black citizens into the economic or political systems. "The government has no right to meddle in our affairs," one councilman shouted. "We've fought a war for our way of life, and we're not going to let outsiders dictate what we do in our own land." Isaiah stood, his calm demeanor a sharp contrast to the heated words around him. "The war is over," he said. "We can't continue living in the past. We must find a way to move forward, for all of us." But his voice was drowned out by the others. Despite his best efforts, the city remained deeply divided, caught between the remnants of the Confederacy and the new reality that Reconstruction demanded. For William Howe, the burden of leadership in the post-war South was becoming increasingly difficult. As a Union soldier tasked with overseeing the city, he found himself caught between the demands of his superiors and the resistance of the locals. Many Southerners viewed him with contempt, as though his very presence was a reminder of their loss. One night, after a particularly volatile exchange with a group of Confederate sympathizers, William retreated to his quarters, exhausted. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The weight of his responsibility was suffocating. "Am I doing the right thing?" he wondered aloud, his voice barely a whisper. His mind drifted back to the war, to the battlefields where he had fought and seen men die. The question had always been there. What was the true cost of peace? What would it take to rebuild a nation so fractured? As he sat in silence, he couldn't help but feel that the answers were still just out of reach. Though progress was slow, many in Richmond remained determined to fight for the rights of freedmen. The resistance movement, though largely invisible to the outside world, was growing. Elizabeth Van Lew, along with other abolitionists and black leaders like Isaiah Turner, continued to rally the people to speak out against the injustices of the day. Late one evening, Elizabeth met with a group of young black activists who were organizing to resist the continued oppression of their people. They planned to send petitions to Congress demanding the enforcement of the Freedmen's Bureau and full civil rights. "Do you think it will make a difference?" one young woman asked skeptically. "It's not just about sending petitions," Elizabeth replied, her voice firm. "It's about making our voices heard. It's about showing the world that we're not going back. We're here, and we deserve to be treated as equals." Though many of their efforts would go unnoticed at first, the seeds of change were being sown. The resistance would continue to grow, and Elizabeth knew that their actions, no matter how small, would one day have a lasting impact. For many freedmen, the promise of freedom came with an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. With no land, no wealth, and no protection from the law, they struggled to find their place in a world that had once viewed them as property. James, a former slave who had worked on a nearby plantation, was one of the many who faced these challenges. Although he was free, he found himself in a constant battle for survival. His efforts to find work often led to exploitation and broken promises. "Freedom doesn't feel free," James said to Isaiah Turner one afternoon. "I'm not working for a master anymore, but I'm still bound by my circumstances. I can't make a living, can't find a place to call my own." Isaiah listened carefully, his heart heavy with understanding. "You're not alone, James. Many of us are in the same position, but we can't give up. We have to keep pushing, keep demanding better. The road to freedom isn't paved with comfort. It's paved with struggle." Isaiah's words were a reminder that freedom was not something easily won or easily kept. For the newly freed black citizens of Richmond, it was a continuous battle, one that would take more than legal victories to achieve. It would take perseverance, unity, and the will to keep pushing forward despite the setbacks. The old Southern traditions, deeply embedded in the culture, refused to fade away. As Richmond slowly recovered, many of the city's white citizens clung to the remnants of the Confederacy, even as the new social order demanded change. One evening, as Mary Bowser walked through the streets of the city, she saw a group of young men, barely out of their teens, wearing the remnants of Confederate uniforms. Their faces were hardened by anger, and their eyes spoke of a resistance that ran deep in their hearts. They can take away our land, but they can't take away our pride, one of the men muttered as Mary passed by. Though Mary was no stranger to the vitriol of the South, this encounter left her unsettled. She had always known that the old ways would be difficult to overcome, but seeing the next generation inherit that hatred made her wonder how long it would take before true reconciliation could take root. Her work with the children at the school gave her hope, but moments like these reminded her that the war's legacy was far from gone. As the years wore on, those who had lived through the darkest days of the Civil War began to reflect on the toll it had taken on their bodies and souls. For many, including William Howe, the memories of battlefields, bloodshed, and loss were still vivid, like scars burned into their minds. One night, while sitting alone in his quarters, William wrote a letter to his family back in the North. The words were slow and deliberate, as though he needed time to make sense of everything he had witnessed. I have seen the worst of mankind, but I have also seen the best, he wrote. In the midst of all this suffering, there are those who continue to fight for what is right, against all odds and despite the pain. I no longer know if the right path is clear, but I do know this: peace takes more than a treaty. It takes hearts willing to change. His letter was not a final word on the matter, but a beginning of sorts. As the years passed, William would continue to search for the answer to his questions, just as many others would continue to do in their own way. As the years moved forward, the weight of memory was something that could not be easily shaken. For many of those who had fought in the war, the trauma lingered long after the battles had ended. William Howe, though far from the front lines of conflict now, found himself haunted by his experiences in battle. The sounds of war, the distant thunder of cannon fire, the anguished cries of the wounded, echoed in his mind during quiet moments. The war had stolen more than just years from him. It had stolen his peace. His nights were often sleepless, plagued by nightmares that took him back to the smoke-filled chaos of Petersburg, to the men who had fallen beside him. One evening, after a particularly restless night, William took a walk along the river bank near his quarters. The river's quiet flow seemed to offer him some comfort. He thought of the men he had lost, the friends and comrades whose names would never be remembered by most. He thought of his own survival while so many others had died. It wasn't just the South that was broken, he whispered to himself. It was all of us. The echoes of war would never truly leave him, but perhaps, in time, he would find some peace, not in forgetting, but in understanding. For Isaiah Turner, the path to rebuilding wasn't just about political action or social reform. It was about the small, everyday acts of courage that marked the lives of individuals and families. Community became the foundation on which he built his efforts, recognizing that the struggles of the freedmen could not be overcome by one man alone. Isaiah spent countless hours in the homes of families, speaking with men and women who had survived the horrors of slavery and the war. They were tired, exhausted, but determined. They had built a new life out of nothing, and in that, Isaiah saw resilience. "I never thought I'd see the day when my children could read," one woman told him, her hand trembling as she showed Isaiah her son's homework. "It's not much, but it's more than we had." Isaiah smiled. "It's everything," he said softly. The community, though divided and battered, was beginning to rebuild. Black schools were gaining more support, and small businesses were springing up, providing opportunities for independence. But as much as the material world was important, Isaiah knew it was the bonds between people, the ties of kinship and solidarity, that would ensure the survival of the community. Not everyone in the South was prepared to forgive and forget. While some, like Elizabeth Van Lew, believed in the possibility of reconciliation, others found it impossible to move past the memories of the war, and more specifically, the Confederacy. Elizabeth had long hoped for the day when Richmond could be a city of healing, where even those who had fought for the South could find peace. But that hope was tested when she crossed paths with John H. Hargrove, a former Confederate officer who now found himself living in Richmond. Though the war had ended, Hargrove still carried the bitterness of defeat in his heart. The defeat of the South, he believed, had come from outside interference, though the new laws of Reconstruction. "I won't bend to what they're trying to make us into," Hargrove said one evening as they stood on the steps of his home. "You fought for change, but the rest of us, our pride, our dignity, it's all been stripped away." Elizabeth tried to remain calm, though her frustration simmered just beneath the surface. "Your pride isn't what matters now, John. It's the future of our children, of our country. The question is not who won or lost, but how we rebuild." Her words seemed to hit a wall. Hargrove's refusal to forgive and forget was a reminder of how deeply the divides ran. No matter how much progress was made, there are always those who would hold on to the past, unwilling to accept the changes that had come. Mary Bowser, who had spent years teaching the children of freedmen, found herself focusing more and more on the importance of education in this new society. Though many freedmen were still struggling to find stable work, they understood the power of education to change their lives and the lives of their children. One afternoon, as she stood before a classroom of eager faces, Mary realized that these children, the ones sitting before her, hungry for knowledge, would shape the future of the nation. She watched as they absorbed every lesson with determination and hope. We're not just learning to read, one student said, raising his hand. We're learning to be free. Mary smiled. That's right, she said. Education is the foundation of freedom. With it, you will build the life you deserve. It was moments like these that filled Mary with purpose. The work was difficult, and progress was slow, but she knew that the future of her people lay in these young minds. And no matter the opposition, she would continue to fight for their right to learn. While the South was slowly rebuilding, the political landscape remained fractured. In Washington, Reconstruction was facing increasing resistance, particularly from Southern Democrats who sought to regain control of their states. This growing tension between the federal government and Southern political figures threatened to undo the progress that had been made in the years since the war's end. Isaiah Turner knew that the battle for true equality and freedom was not just fought on the streets of Richmond, it was fought in the halls of Congress. He spent long hours speaking with Northern legislators, urging them to continue their support for Reconstruction policies that would protect the rights of freedmen. We cannot allow the South to return to the way it was, Isaiah said during a meeting with a group of Northern senators. The Union won the war, but the fight for justice is far from over. The South will try to regain its old ways, and we must stand against it. His words were met with mixed reactions. Some senators were sympathetic to his cause, while others were swayed by the growing push for leniency toward the South. Isaiah knew the political winds were shifting, but he refused to let the struggle for equality lose momentum. One of the most pressing issues facing freedmen in the South was land ownership. Without land, it was nearly impossible to achieve true independence. Many freedmen had worked on plantations before the war, and now that they were free, they wanted the opportunity to own their own land. Isaiah Turner, seeing this need, worked tirelessly to advocate for policies that would give land to freedmen. He was part of a group of activists who lobbied for land redistribution, an effort to provide former slaves with the means to build a life for themselves and their families. But opposition to land reform was fierce. Many white landowners in the South were determined to hold on to their property and wealth, and they used their political influence to block any efforts to give land to freedmen. One day, while discussing the issue with a fellow activist, Isaiah said, "It's more than just land. It's about dignity. It's about the chance to build a future for our children without being chained to the past." Despite the resistance, Isaiah remained determined. He knew that the fight for land was a crucial part of the struggle for freedom, and he would not give up, even if the road ahead was long and fraught with opposition. As the battle for land continued, Isaiah Turner found solace in the growing unity among the freedmen. The community, once fractured and broken by centuries of slavery, was now beginning to take shape. There was a shared understanding that their collective future rested not only on the political battles they fought, but also on the solidarity they could build within their ranks. Isaiah attended more meetings with other black leaders, strategizing not just about land, but about the future of their people in the South. These gatherings were filled with hope and determination, but they also revealed a deep-seated frustration with the pace of change. Despite the promises made during Reconstruction, many freedmen found themselves trapped in cycles of poverty, their labor still exploited by the very system they had fought to dismantle. One afternoon, Isaiah addressed a crowd gathered in the heart of Richmond. The street was lined with men and women eager for the hope of change. "The land we ask for is not just soil, it is our right," he said, his voice firm but calm. "Without land, we are shackled by the same chains of the past. This is not just about survival. It is about dignity and a future for our children." The crowd cheered, but Isaiah knew that the road ahead would be long. Still, he felt that the seeds of change were being planted, not in land alone, but in the very hearts and minds of those who had once been enslaved. While some in the South, like Isaiah, believed in the promise of Reconstruction, there were still many who clung to the ideals of the Confederacy. These remnants of the Old South, now largely disillusioned by their defeat, began to foster a sense of resentment against the changes sweeping through the nation. John Hargrove, the former Confederate officer, was one such figure. Though he was no longer a soldier, his loyalty to the Southern cause had not waned. For him, the Confederacy was more than a political entity. It was a symbol of the South's identity, and that identity could not be erased so easily. One evening, while walking through the streets of Richmond, John met with a group of former Confederate sympathizers in a dimly lit tavern. They spoke in hushed tones, their words filled with bitterness toward the Union. "They've taken our land, our people, our pride," one man muttered. We can't Let them push us further." John nodded, his face hardened by years of defeat. "We may have lost the war, but we won't lose who we are." The words echoed through the room, a reminder that the Old South would not die quietly. Despite the progress of Reconstruction, there were still those who would resist, who would fight to preserve the past, even if it meant opposing the future. The political power struggle between the freedmen and the Southern elite continued to grow. In Washington, Congress was deeply divided over the future of Reconstruction, and the South was caught in a tug-of-war between those who wanted to see the South punished for its rebellion and those who wanted to restore peace quickly. Isaiah Turner, understanding that politics played a crucial role in the survival of his community, began to work more closely with Northern abolitionists and Republican legislators. He spent hours lobbying for policies that would ensure black citizens had access to education, land, and the right to vote. But the resistance from Southern politicians was fierce. In Richmond, the Confederate sympathizers in the state legislature fought tooth and nail to undermine Reconstruction policies, arguing that they were an infringement on Southern rights. Isaiah sat in the Capitol building, watching as the debates raged on. He could hear the words of one Southern legislator echoing in his mind. "You can't force equality on us. We won the right to govern ourselves." He clenched his fists, but remained silent, knowing that if he spoke, it would only fuel the fire of division. He had to pick his battles carefully, for the survival of his people was at stake. As the fight for equality continued, one of the most critical battles was the right to vote. For many freedmen, the ability to participate in the political process was the ultimate measure of freedom. It was a fight that would shape the course of history for generations to come. In Richmond, Elizabeth Van Lew found herself increasingly involved in the push for suffrage. She had long believed that the vote was one of the most powerful tools for change. Though the odds were against her, she continued to advocate for black citizens' right to vote, rallying the people and speaking at public events. Her efforts were met with resistance, however. Many white Southerners saw the enfranchisement of freedmen as an existential threat to their way of life. The possibility of black citizens voting was anathema to those who had lived through the war and refused to accept the changes that Reconstruction was trying to implement. But Elizabeth was undeterred. She knew that the vote was the key to shaping the future. She organized voter registration drives, reaching out to the communities of freedmen who had long been disenfranchised. The first attempts were met with violence and intimidation, but Elizabeth refused to stop. "The future belongs to those who can shape it," she told Isaiah one evening, "and we will shape it together." As the post-war South struggled to adapt to the realities of Reconstruction, a new threat emerged. the Ku Klux Klan. Born from the ashes of the Confederacy, the Klan sought to terrorize and suppress the newly freed black population. Their methods were brutal, ranging from lynchings to bombings, and their goal was simple: to restore white supremacy and undo the progress made by Reconstruction. Isaiah Turner had heard whispers of the Klan for months, but when the first attack came in Richmond, it was impossible to ignore. One night, the Klan rode through a black neighborhood, terrorizing families and burning down homes. Isaiah was furious, but knew that direct confrontation would only escalate the violence. Instead, he turned to local law enforcement, pushing them to take action. Unfortunately, the sheriff's office was largely sympathetic to the Klan, and efforts to bring the perpetrators to justice were slow and ineffective. Despite the growing threat, Isaiah continued his work, speaking to the people and encouraging them to remain vigilant. "This is not the end," he said at a gathering one evening. "They may try to scare us, but we are stronger than they are." His words were a reminder that the struggle was far from over, and that the path to freedom would always be fraught with danger. Mary Bowser knew that the fight for freedom was not just about legal victories or political power. It was about survival. For many freedmen, the daily struggle to make ends meet was an overwhelming burden. Despite the end of slavery, the economic system had changed little for black workers in the South. One afternoon, Mary sat with a group of women in a small kitchen, preparing food for their families. They spoke in hushed tones, aware of the looming threat of violence from the Klan and other white supremacist groups. "We survive," one woman said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's all we can do." But Mary knew that survival was not enough. The community needed more. They needed justice. They needed land. And above all, they needed to be treated as equals. Her work as a teacher was fulfilling, but it was also exhausting. She knew that the struggles for freedom were not just about raising the next generation of educated black citizens. It was about building a society without fear